Ah. Let's get one like that speed. Fuck her in the backseat. Whoa. Yes. Whoa. You could triple beam. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Yes. Whoa. Yes. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Super strike. Oh, oh, oh. Oh my God. She loves me. She said, oh my God. She said, oh my God. It's fashion. Where's my smoke device? Rapid trigger. Rapid trigger. Rapid does run. Okay. One second. 1 second, that special segment. Put this down. Okay. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. I was dying. Oh. This update will surprise you, and then he ruins it. This guy. This fucking guy. Damn. So it's 7 miles per hour faster so far. Just off first glance.
Jeffrey Epstein's 10,000-acre ranch in New Mexico, known as Zorro, it had an airstrip and helicopter pad. So everybody's talking about the island, but I had no idea he also had an entire ranch.
Jeffrey Epstein providing more information on the convicted sex offender's crimes. Among the files, claims bodies are buried near Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County. Tonight, the state land commissioner demanding an investigation.
Someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch. Writing, did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of
Only 2?
Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish.
Yo, I'm gonna say it. Over Jeffrey and Madam G and all these fucking. Oh, yeah, that's the that Maxwell bitch or whatever the fuck. I bet you. They're just basically characters in a video game. They're just like Resident Evil characters. It's fucking retarded.
Bodies are long gone, I imagine. I think so too.
The emailer says they had 7 videos, including some with minors.
All right.
Matters. I think that New Mexicans need answers. I think the victims need answers.
That's what prompted New Mexico Public Lands Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard to send.
All right. That's crazy. All right. I'm gonna open this thing. See what happens. I have a heart attack when I click this button on it. So it's apparently 1 gram heavier. All right. It's here. Get that shit. I don't even want to use it. I just want to leave it in the box. Savor this moment for forever. Look at that. Boom. All right, cool. So the new feet, they actually are curved edges, which is nice. So it is a lot better than what we had before. Okay. Get the cable out. This is a cleaning cloth to them. Is this a cleaning cloth? The fuck? Because it does say comes with a cleaning cloth, but I bet you this is just to keep the fingerprints off the grips. There's like no. it's crazy. Basically nothing new, but that's all right. Or is it? I guess we'll give them the excuse this once because they finally innovated. Boom. Back another one. This has not changed. I wish they would give us like a nice ass cable, but it's the most expensivest mouse for no reason whatsoever. Alright, should I click it down? I'm kind of nervous. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I need to click it before I plug it in. Okay. It doesn't click. It doesn't click. It feels light. It does. Look. It's like not clicking. There is like... I don't know, that's very weird. That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. Alright, here's the peel. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. They're nice curved edges now. They're not like before. If you look at your typical, they are pretty fucking weird, but why is it like this? Okay. That's so fucking weird, dude. That's so fucking weird. Okay, I need to feel what the clicks feel like. I need to fucking feel what the clicks feel like. Okay. Let's well, I got a third fucking cable. Okay. So there's the dongle plugged in. Okay. Ready? Oh wow. It clicks. It fucking clicks. Mate. I don't think. I don't know if you could click faster with this.
Welcome back.
Like just out the box, out the box. Not even trying that bad. 6.8. Wow. Actually did improve it. That's so fucking weird though. Like how are you gonna click this partially way? It doesn't. Alright. So here we go, we're getting the tutorial. Does feel good. Like the skates feel decent. I actually like it. You can feel the raised edge and that it's not as scratchy. It's not as the material definitely makes it more scratchy, but so ah. Look at this shit. Oh my gosh, that's so fucking weird, bro. Okay, I gotta get my mom to do this. Pretty cool, dude. It's got adjustable, like it does have adjustable actuation, like kind of. And Okay. This is, I don't know, it might, I don't think it's a gimmick, really. I don't think it's a gimmick. Oh yeah, I forgot you guys couldn't see the G-Hub. For now. Well, I guess not for now, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that one. I'll have to mod them or something. I guess I could use it as an extra. Feels good. The sensor feels smooth. Definitely different, or like, definitely the pad. I don't know. Feels more controllable. There might be more. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's spin test. It's definitely spinnable. The 1 gram heavier is barely noticeable though, but um hmm. Hmm. This one can go over there for now. It's fucking brand new though. Honestly, I kind of like those. I didn't expect to like these that much. The pads. But I actually do. I don't think I want to replace these. At least until they, like, they, I don't know, they feel like similar to my core pads. One sec. um, let's fuck with it a little bit. Oh my goodness. How come I can't adjust the Rapid trigger isn't even on. Yo, this is actually sick. They might ban this shit. Yeah, the strongest click haptics is very strong. Hmm. I wonder if you guys could hear it. Let me pause the music. Yeah. You can see me clicking. Yeah, it's the mic is simply just not going off. That's really fucking freaky. Now let's try again. That doesn't even fucking faster. So let's do like sensible settings. Let's do like one click haptic. One click haptic. Rapid trigger. On. On. Put rapid trigger on 1. It doesn't even. It doesn't really. It doesn't help. It's definitely weird. Hmm. Yeah, it's not gonna make you any better at all. Probably. Okay. It's taking me a second to get used to this. It's taking me. Like, see? Now you can see I'm clicking it down like the perfect amount. Before I was like full clicking. Trying to do that is part of it too. And then rapid trigger on 2, right? So you're not like accidental clicking all the time. I think this is the way that everybody should run it. Here's the super strike. The scroll wheel. Wow. That's one thing I never noticed. A fresh scroll wheel is fucking fresh on this. Like, it's crispy. Those notches are... They're definitely there. Now am I gonna find all the SUPERSTRIKE? Now I found 3. So you can't change your click. I don't get it. I've never used the p-hop setting. Like what? I feel like when I'm not looking, I'm not gonna be able to... That's really fucking weird. That's so weird. I'm there. So click haptics, you can do all, but you can't do all on this either. Like, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense though. Feels a little bit. See how much I click the button down? That's like the thing. I think give me like a little bit with this and maybe I could do better, but yeah, like the fucking scroll wheel feels clean. Oh yeah, I see what they're talking about. They did get rid of the ridges that drag on the mouse pad. That's probably what it is. That's probably the feeling that went away. It's smoother, like, it's a lot smoother. Now I need to go through and take them off the fucking mouse, because they're actually horrible. Holy fuck. That's way better. See, like, you can see how far I'm clicking. Oh, so see, I'm not letting go of the button and I'm clicking. Okay, yeah, I could see but if you're doing it fast, you're accidentally clicking the button down more. So, like, yeah, especially like old person like me. I'm not doing a full click though. Like, that's fucking weird. Hmm. Which game should I play? If there was like a faster way to the, yeah. Let's try. Hmm. Oh, it's crunchy. So you could hear it right there. Now you can hear it. See? So it clicks, but it's like a motor. I'm gonna try 2. Maybe, yeah, maybe you don't want rapid trigger on that. And then all right, let's try. Let's just try Gunfire Reborn. It's a good aim game. It feels good. Honestly, the thing I'm more happy about is the mouse pad thing. Like, feels smoother. And that's literally just because of the little things on the bottom. They took them off. It's like sometimes you could feel it scratching on the mouse pad, you know, depending on how it's sitting. It's not. If you're pushing down. Very, very weird. Try this shit. What the fuck? So this game is, I'll fix it in a sec. Sorry, guys. I can't tell if like the actual click itself is moving. I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it is. Like, what I mean by that is the actual like physical plastic piece. I don't know. Yeah, the fucking scroll wheel feels crispy. I don't know what they did, but it seems like they did something. encoder. How do I get in there? I haven't played this shit in a while. Definitely does not make you play better, that's for sure. This thing's kind of cool. I mean, it's not like, kind of feels like a little bit of a gimmick, but it feels like it actually could improve. Like, I feel like if the right 16-year-olds get a hold of this, we're fucked. I think they could do it. I think they have enough precise, like they're young enough, they're fresh enough, they could precisely utilize that hair trigger movement very fast off the rip. Like, at least for me right now, I can't really fucking cheese it. Like, I feel like they could. Now I wonder if I could get my cousin to come and be like, okay, I'm gonna try and fucking tweak these settings. And we'll just let you keep clicking as fast as possible. See which one is the best. And try to learn what the setting of each mouse does and abuse the fuck out of it too, like the rapid trigger. Because, here I'll show. Like, rapid trigger, you can see the fucking. Now, if I let off, see, if I let off, it registers another click. Like, I can click again, because that's what rapid trigger is. You let off after a certain point, and it clicks. But no, you can see, like, that's like the first actuation point right there. Literally. Just touching it. Which for some reason I feel like that shit's probably useful for some game. Where like, you know, random clicking doesn't really matter. Just matters about being fast. But I don't know, every shooter game has like ammo counts, so I guess really. Yeah, this is way better. It's not like picking up trash. These are nice. This is nice. Okay. Sure. I don't know what's good. Yeah, I could tell my aim has gotten so bad over the course of my gamer career, if you even call it that. Oh shit, I have 3 weapons now. I didn't know I could have 3. Hmm. misclicks. Yeah, it does feel a lot smoother. I thought I wouldn't like these feet, but it's honestly... It's actually really cool. I think it really makes a difference, but it definitely is cool. You could probably figure out how to utilize the rapid trigger. It's just harder on a light-ass mouse switch. Maybe I need to make it heavy. Can you make it heavier? You make the fucking... Can I put it on like higher actuation? So then it only actually triggers after. Then if you do it properly, it actually works like good. Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely weird. glazed barrier. Elemental rage. Elemental rage. Elemental. See, but you can't increase like the heaviness of it. What if I do like really long clip? Longest click. Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely noticeable. Okay, I'm gonna go just chatting for a bit. It's cool. Definitely feels like a controller now, though. I think I might be a hater of it, honestly. No, I think it's cool. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I think it'll grow on me. Maybe I'll learn to fucking like click the fuck out of it. Hmm. The rapid trigger needs to have a left right option too, but you should be able to save these in the fucking thing and share them. But unfortunately, like everybody said, including boards and all the other fucking highly educated mice individuals, like people are just gonna run this. And if you want like um if you want like different rapid trigger settings might be desired, like, right? But that's obviously more user, and same with click haptics, because this is just, but actuation point, everybody's probably just going to use this. So I was like, not that bad. Oh, but rapid trigger's off. Oh, but the short click's on. And I'm not like misclicking it. That's really weird. That's really fucking weird. I honestly pictured me. This mouse might be good for League. Might actually be like really good for League. I wish I could like share a thing. Honestly, they did make it easier and more intuitive to use this too, because I can tell, like, if I just clicked this, yeah, then you just put a profile to the game. That's sick.
To a series so savage. Even David Goggins subscribed in today's video. Hassan is back, and turns out his move to YouTube streaming was a complete failure. He's going back to Twitch already. The excuses are coming in full force. He's blaming it on lower viewership across platforms and DMCA copyright issues. He claims he wants to be on the top of the directory on Twitch so that he's recommended to normies. Predictably, he somehow brought Asmongold into this. Massive updates to the Emiru situation. After the Hassan Orbiters try to cancel her for refusing to speak on politics, they are continuing their harassment campaign. Denims is faking screenshots to pretend Asmon and Emiru
And honestly,
are in
I kind of like the white
relationship.
on black.
Asmon has responded.
It's growing on me.
Rank #1 loser, Caseytron is back.
I just wish
and
they would
she's
fix
gone
their
on a
shell
rant
UV
calling
problem
Emiru a pick-me
so it
girl
doesn't yellow.
and trying to isolate her from all the other female streamers, literally mean girls. Emiru has successfully been bullied into a response where she apparently disavows Ice, Lakari, and Tech.
Oh wait, yeah, I was gonna say this one's fucking old.
Welcome back to a series so free. Even Mr. Krabs subscribed. Welcome back to a
Bro, she's showing her hair, dude. What the fuck?
series so free. Even Mr. Krabs subscribed in today's video.
That's against her religion.
Largest Hassan
Isn't it?
orbiter, Froggen, is back. And she is begging for money on stream again. This time, she wants $500 from her audience to pay for her broken wrist, or the cast. Hassan is absolutely nowhere to be found. She complains about the expenses while refusing to actually work for money. She explains how she broke her wrist, quote, ice skating, and nobody is buying her story. I have come up with my own theory as to what happened. 99.9999% accurate. Froggen has responded playing the ultimate victim, blaming everybody else, saying she can't get a job because of Trump. Hassan is now openly shilling for foreign governments and, quote, China maxing.
Wait,
He's
is that
being
a Toronto?
blatantly racist in mocking a Chinese person because
Why would
they
he be wearing wearing a
disagree with
Canadian.
him. Classic.
Balling a woman.
They call out Hassan for propaganda and he doubles down and romanticizes communism. He says it's okay because the government will occasionally give you treats like a dog. Bruh, subscribe or friggin' trips and falls on you. Aye, we're gone. We're all gone.
He has a
The
plastic
world would be
case that
cooked
he
at
keeps
that
all his
point.
souvenir fucking propaganda books in. That's crazy.
Now let's begin. Right, so welcome back to your favorite TV show, except it's actually real and these are real people somehow. Moving on to the guru of gravity, the great devourer, Froggen. Holy cinema, she's back. And you definitely saw her coming. It was an international event like when a meteorite is about to hit planet Earth. The motion of heavenly bodies. Anyways, recap since it's been a while. Last time we talked about her, she was breaking down crying, begging for subs on stream because she couldn't afford rent.
It's my job though. I have to focus on the fucking money.
I know you do, but that's unfortunately, like, you can't control the money. You can only control the content, you know? Like, you can't control how much money people give you. That's not going to be something you can control. Could you stop begging for rent? It's so
Okay, then you know what? Fine.
dude.
Give me.
Like,
You know my Venmo. Send me that shit then.
keep watching, and I'm like, oh, here she goes again, begging for rent.
Okay.
Bro, just calls her out on her own stream.
Now, this was despite the fact that she revealed that she was promoted from being Hassan Piker's head moderator to actual producer of his stream. And according to her, Hassan paid her very well, but not well enough for her to not break down crying about her money.
My role for Hassan at this point and for like the last few years has been production work. I give him ideas and I produce the streams, and Hassan pays me very well.
And that brings us to
Barely.
today. She is back e-begging her audience like a pathetic loser, and she's begging for $500 this time. Now, I just want you guys to keep in mind this entire time, Hassan makes $500 in probably under a minute in some days, right? So he could fix this problem instantly at any time. But instead, she has to beg to her audience, despite being the producer of Hassan's stream. Twitch streamer Froggen is e-begging her very small audience for money because she broke her wrist. A cast is $500 and she doesn't have health insurance. Interesting, she speaks about health insurance. I seem to recall she had something to say with U.S. veterans, right?
I hope you get PTSD, and I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. Is this a goodbye stream for your cast? Exclamation point tip. Say goodbye to the cast. I need $500. I need $500 for tomorrow to pay for my cast. Exclamation point tip. What's up, wart mate? How are you? I know, isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane, dude? $500 fucking dollars. Bruh, just use scissors. No, they have to take x-rays and they have to pay the fee. Then have to get the cast. It's so fucking irritating. Yeah, dude. Not having insurance fucked me. Not having insurance fucked me, but insurance is also so expensive, unfortunately. Insurance is unfortunately so expensive.
Right. So normally I'd be pretty sympathetic here, okay? Because, you know, health bills are total bullshit. It is actually super expensive, and I feel like mostly it is unjustified. Insurance is pretty much bullshit most of the time too. All these corporations try to sort of rinse you for your money, and they sort of exploit people who are sick. You know, I've sort of dealt with that whole system personally as well, and some of my friends have as well. It is just horrible and evil, and I fucking hate all those guys. But in this scenario, I will make an exception because this is the same Froggen who said that $10,000 is chump change. Okay, she said Jellywig should just keep it instead of donating to Palestine. It is chump change. It is completely insignificant, right?
So I personally donated 10K because I think it is worthwhile.
Keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like,
it is completely insignificant amount of money. It's not going to change anything, right? So funny how the tables turn, right? And she's here begging for $500, which if 10K is chump change, how much is 500? Fucking pennies. It's nothing, right? And of course the tables are turning because there was food on the other side of the table and Froggen had to turn the table to get more food. But eat it. Also, a couple more reasons. I don't know. Okay, I think Froggen has a degree, potentially like a master's, I heard. So this woman literally has a higher education, and for some reason is begging for money on stream. What the hell is wrong with you? Earn money with a job. Sorry for the J slur. Sometimes I need to pull it out, okay? Put the job application meme.
Beep boop beep boop. Beep boop beep boop. Where's the noise?
Anything but that, not a job application. Not on this channel, please. I'm out here, literally the rank #1 unemployed, okay? 250 episodes. There's nobody more unemployed than me. And I am telling you to go get a job. I feel like you need to listen, okay? Also, I feel like $500 would not be expensive for you if you're actually
I guess Warhammer
working the past few
is a
years
game I
and were
could have
able to
tried.
save a little bit of money instead of wasting your time streaming and getting yourselves in these situations like the Ethan Klein lawsuit as well. And even then you were begging.
This
with
might be
money
one
from your
where I might make a
GoFundMe as
preset
well,
for.
where you basically took thousands and thousands of dollars from your audience already, and you still ask for more and more. These people are so greedy, bro. It's actually
This
so
is sick,
disgusting.
all
Like
these-
all these creators.
I like these. The base of this mouse is way better. I could technically fix it by just printing my own base, I guess, but then it looks like shit. And I need new skates. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Dobby has arrived, mate. Dobby is here. Dobby the bold ass bitch. I like the aesthetic. Okay, I'm here.
Constantly begging their audience for money and giving nothing in return. Like, what is the content here? Legitimately. And I don't know, if I had any advice, maybe cut down on the Big Mac budget, because that's legitimately gotta be like 20 grand a month at least. I'm sorry. That was an underestimation. 20 grand, more like a day. Okay, we know she be eating like Squidward in that one episode where he got addicted to Krabby Patties. But yeah, I feel like people just don't have any sympathy for someone who's a disgusting Hassan orbiter, justifies all that behavior, also wishes US veterans get PTSD, hopes that they don't get insurance or anything like that. Like, then why are you crying about insurance? Like, it's so disgusting. Right, so we got another video here, context for those wondering how she broke her wrist. Okay, and here she tells the story of how this happened, and forgive me if I don't buy this.
The good news is, after years of wanting to ice skate, I finally did it. But the bad news is, I broke my wrist, and I have to be in this for 2 weeks. And then I have to get another cast. But you know, life is all about trying new experiences, including ice skating.
Yeah, sure. Ice skating. Okay, yeah, we're totally buying that one, guys. Frogan was simply ice skating. Oh, are you sure you didn't mean ice cream or, you know, something of that variety? So wait a minute. You're telling me she was actually engaging in physical activity before this happened, before she actually injured herself. Yes, surely. I'm sorry, I was very good at maths in school, and even with my expertise, this does not add up, okay? I'm sorry, I'm no Einstein here, all right? But this doesn't seem to follow the laws of our universe, right? It's simply like defying physics, right? Because if Frogan was ice skating and fell down, there would be natural disasters all over the planet, okay? Magnitude 10 earthquakes everywhere, volcanoes, heck, maybe planet Earth would have been knocked
one
out
volcano
of orbit,
did
okay?
erupt.
Life as we know it would have been ended, right? So forgive me if I simply cannot believe the story. This seems like a bunch of Capachungus deluxe. Now, let me tell you guys what really happened. Okay, here is my theory. As an expert in the Hassan orbiters, I feel like I have a PhD on this shit at this point, right? So basically what happened was that Frogan here was trying to put her hand in a cookie jar, okay? Particularly the 7th cookie jar of the same day, right? And you see the repetitive motion, right, of reaching her hand into the jar was simply too strenuous for the oh-so-circular one. So what happened was, when she got to the 7th jar, right, she had to sort of contort her hands and her wrist in order to fit into the jar, right? Especially when the cookies started reaching the bottom, right? And she was in her desperation to get the last cookie in the jar, okay? We can relate. We love some cookies, all right? Maybe not the 7th jar, though, right? But essentially, she was trying to get the last cookie. And then, of course, she got stuck. You know, a common experience
Frogan
with
and the 7 deadly jaws.
voluminous people. Yes, she yanked her hand over and over, trying to escape from the jar. No! It was like a rat trap there, right? Sort of got stuck there. And then while yanking it, she obviously injured herself and she broke her wrist, right? And I don't know about you, but it feels like my theory is 99.9999% accurate. No sarcasm, obviously. Now, you guys can vote below. Which story is more likely in the comments? Frogan going flipping ice skating and falling over, right? Or Frogan trying to get a cookie from her cookie jar, right? You guys can vote. You can be the judge, the juries, the executioners, everything, right? Let me know, okay? Pure responded, she broke her wrist eating ice cake. That looks like a soft cast wrapped in bandages, not a proper orthopedic cast, considering she put her full weight on both. Okay, if she put her full weight on both wrists, that shit is not going back. Then immediately adjusted her microphone with the arm now in a cast. I'm gonna continue to call serious bullshit. I thought she said Hassan paid her really well. Are you telling me people lie on the internet? I guess it isn't well enough. No. Hassan pays her so well that she literally has to beg for $500. Literally $500, the amount Hassan makes in 5 milliseconds of streaming. Her chat is not moving fast enough for her to be asking for $500. She has a master's degree and I'm very confident she can get a job with benefits but refuses. Yeah, no, that would require actually doing some level of work. She's pulling a DSP Gaming. She's headed down that path. Bro, you know, regardless of who it is, if it's a Hassan Orbiter or not, I cannot stand e-beggars, bro. Literally the lowest of the low. Refusing to actually work for your money and just begging from it from other people like a worthless fucking loser, especially when you have the means. You have the means to go do it yourself, but you're just too flippin' lazy. It's just so stupid, bro. And you're taking money from people who are actually working for their shit and they're trusting you with this stuff. And then you just keep exploiting them over and over. It wasn't enough to beg for money for the GoFundMe, and then for the rent before, and then the year before that, the fucking emergency rent or whatever. It's just over and over. You give them an inch and they'll keep begging until the end of time. And that's why here on the legendary series, everything is free until the end of time. It's absolute cinema for 7 years. Okay, it's literally always been free, always will be free. As a wise streamer once said,
who fucking who?
Okay, she tweeted again. Imagine breaking your wrist at 29 years old. Oh my god, she's almost 30, bro. Bro, I can't with these people. And having to tell people it's from ice skating because you watched a gay hockey show. We all know it was the cookie jar, Frogan. Let's hope you don't get PTSD and have no health insurance. She says she's being canceled again for breaking her wrist. Right. Maybe it's the constant e-begging. Right, so anyway, she responded to the drama. Twitch streamer mischaracterizes her e-begging to her audience while also blaming Donald Trump for not being able to find a job. Of course, this is Trump's fault. Also, Frogan, I'm not a socialist. I should not be the one to pay your medical bills. You should be asking Hassan to pay it because that's what he believes in. Hassan should set the example for the rest of us capitalists. So yeah, she also asks other people who are criticizing her to pay her bills.
So the preface. So last night I was talking about how my cast today was going to be about $500 and I don't have health insurance. And then instead of sub goals like I usually have, I made donation goal because I'm like, whatever, you know, whatever. I don't think that's a bad thing, to be quite honest. I was like, you know what? Instead of having sub goals, I'm just going to change it to a dono goal. And then of course, people online were like, I have hate watchers, which, to be quite honest, if I hate anybody, my thing is it's just like, if I don't like somebody, I'm not going to watch you, you know? But that's just me. But like, there's like LSF, Twitter, you know, those drama accounts going around. They're like, oh, Frogan doesn't have health insurance and she's e-begging for money for people to pay for her cast. That's going to be $500 because she's irresponsible and doesn't have health insurance. It's like, girl, you want to pay for it then? You want to fucking pay for it then? And then like everyone's just like, why don't you get a real job? It's like, I've been trying, and unfortunately, I have a degree in the field of public health. Okay, and you know what Trump defunded last year, around March, a year ago? Public health research. You know what I mean? So even if I wanted to get back into the field where I have a degree in, the entire field is defunded.
Oh my god, bro. These people are so pathetic. The absolute ultimate victim complex. Oh my god, my...
It's, oh, dude, I like that so much. It feels so much better. And the pads are, like... I want to take these off and put them on this now, but at the same time, this is amazing though.
My problems are just everyone else's fault. Oh my god, the world is in a grand conspiracy to keep me down. Frogan, you literally spent like 5 years wasting your time streaming. Like, yeah, I seem like your degree gets less and less valuable as time passes. Your reputation is horrible as well. Like, employers probably do one background check and realize that you don't care about fucking veterans. Obviously, they're not gonna let you in the healthcare industry. Like, that is probably horrible for your reputation, and they probably give you some generic rejection letter of like, oh yeah, you weren't qualified for the role or something. But the truth is, it's your online presence that is affecting your job search. This is all entirely your fault. Like, you can't just blame all your problems on everybody else, okay? And for the last time, nobody's paying for your shit. Oh my god, it's all pathetic, bro. Hassan Orbiters and begging. It's like a match made in heaven. And Hassan will still not give her a penny, bro. At least give her some work. Maybe have her arrange some tweets for your stream. Toss her like 5 pennies, bruh.
So the people
Yeah,
are
so
mad
she
at me
can
because
stop
I made
begging.
a dono goal.
Kind of want to say something.
Instead of a sub goal for my wrist. And in my head, I'm just like, dude, like whenever I'm like talking like this, I'm
No, I
talking
think
to my
they're
community. I'm not talking to the fucking dumbass
'cause
motherfuckers on Reddit. You know what I mean? Unless you're like,
you broke your wrist and now the expense falls on them. Yeah, this is sick. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna play some games. See, that's the other thing too, is like the accidental click. I think I I right clicked. Oh yeah, I forgot I set it to super. No rapid trigger. No, I didn't set it to so you can have like different clicks per. See, I thought the strength of the haptic would make it. Honestly, without the click, it's fucking weird. That's so weird without the click. I wish you could fucking share your configuration on here. But I guess it makes sense. Like, see, but it's these DPI, and you probably can use low liftoff distance pretty good on this mouse. What about liftoff distance? How do I? Where's the liftoff distance? Yeah. There's no liftoff distance in this one. That's so weird. Let me look. Okay, now we go back. Yeah, see this? No liftoff distance. I wonder if it's going to be added. You can't. You can't. Next. But like, I don't get it. Missing the so wait. There's probably, I bet you there's a update or something for this. It's automatic updates. There's not a lift. That's why it feels better. Low key. Because honestly, like, high distance feels smooth sometimes. Definitely probably feels like you could get some of those weird inputs that you used to get on the... Who knows, maybe they'll change it back. Or make like a toggle where you can like change it to low if you want, high if you want, or have it on auto. I play? Yeah, I guess we play some Dark Tide, huh? Test it out. We need a FPS like game to fucking rip. Game that uses a lot of clicks. I feel like this. I might actually make a new. What if you. The thing is, you can't have like presets for this. And you could just switch between this, but the problem being, I don't think it switches half the stuff. Like, let me see. If I change this to... How come Warhammer is not on here? Mm-hmm. Okay, ready? Time to use this useless feature. Mm. How come, how do you add the profile, like, or change it? Add profiles, add. Okay. Status installed. Now, what if I... Okay, just change the haptics and then go... Wow, it does work. It does work. Huh. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is weird. That's actually... That's actually kind of sick. See, like, yeah, if you turn rapid trigger on, it immediately shortens your... Also, it would be nice to, like, have more fine-tuning with the rapid trigger, but...
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy.
Honestly, I like the mouse feet. I do like them. But I would actually like, buy like replacement mouse feet for the other ones. I don't know, they're like flat. Like on the curved pad on the bottom, can almost see the rolled edge, but at the same time, it's still like flat. They're actually perfect. Try this shit out. No scratchiness. And like you can definitely feel it more when you hit something on your mouse pad, like a piece of lint or something, you could feel it dragging. Whereas this, you don't feel it. It's just...
There's a tactical revisement in effect. The mission terminal has the details. Get moving!
I feel like you could actually handle this. I want to try it. Okay, let me smoke. This is fucking sick. This mouse is pretty fucking cool. I mean, overall pretty gimmicky, but they could do stuff with this. They could probably, through software, do some like crazy ass shit. Like, I don't know, make the gun... This is what I was thinking when I first saw it, and now they kind of confirmed it. Like, I know how it works now, and like, my hunch was kind of correct originally. They could definitely make a controller mode where it's like haptic trigger and like rumble, and you could have like this thing that you have with controller, but on the mouse, you could have that with this 100%, because everything's managed by like whatever vibration system and whatever the fuck they put inside it. It will work. Quite cool, actually. Oh, fuck. I want this hash. But yeah, it's quite nice, actually. I'm excited to see what they do, if they can even develop something like that, or if they even will develop something like that. I'm sure they will, because it would be something that they could further push for advertising. They could push it also as an immersive device, not just like hardcore, you know, competitive gamer. So yeah, I think that would have been a smart play. Maybe not advertise it as like a gaming or like a super responsive fucking gamer mouse, but put it as like a fucking what do you call it? Wait. Yeah, they could definitely do that. I'm amazed that you can even hear the click on the mic. I guess it makes sense, though, considering, like, the fucking, you know. It's able to be, like, felt, so clearly it makes sense, I guess. why it's like that.
Lady Brahms, I trust the recent modifications meet with your approval.
So far, I won't know for sure until we get into a firefight.
Alright, so... What time? This is sick. Okay, now how do I upload the profile?
I do not have a remote asteroid to which I exile those who've earned my wrath. I poison my enemies. Actually, even that isn't true. Why have hounds and howl yourself?
Dude, this scroll wheel feels crispy, dude. Like, I feel like they definitely made it better. They did something to it. They didn't. They mustn't have changed like the actual encoder, but maybe they. I don't know. Maybe they did, but I feel like they like modified something or something because it's like the steps are actually there. And it doesn't feel like it would wear down over time. But maybe. Maybe that's what's happening to the super light encoders. Maybe they're just wearing down. This seems sick. It would be sick if... Be sick if the dongle was different, but it's not. Other than this weird fucking nub. They might all have that. No, they don't. That's fucking weird. That is fucking weird. It has this nub on the end. That's definitely... That's so fucking weird. Okay. Yeah, I bet you they'll have like recoil in this thing. Alright, let's play. Damnation. Try the event.
We got heretic infiltrators tearing up throne site and Rannick's chewing my ear off about getting it fixed. You'll be heading into Enclave and Barros, though as normal we'll have to put you down a ways off. Once you're in, look for the Aegis station. If we capture that, we're golden.
Honestly, the fucking mouse feels so smooth.
Looks like you've got tox gas to contend with. Still, keeps things interesting, don't it? I guess it'll keep them quiet. Can't move, can't breathe.
Okay, let's actually play a game where you click a lot.
Be alone.
Hmm.
Citizenry are staying undercover. Can't blame them for that. Faster! See it! Kill this hound! Have you, Templar? You're not. Nice one. Oh, no more jobs, further. Personality clash. Personality clash. Target a big Nielsen. Won't be bothered anymore.
Oh, fuck.
Can't get free. All fast, Templar.
Oh, what the fuck? Well, I killed the fucking other dude. At least. Yo.
Get me carking loose. I want payback.
I won't pay back. Too many dongle.
Rise up, Templar. What's allowed now, are you? Hey, we've got a riser. All that blows. That Skyling's gonna have to come down.
Oh. Damn it. I suck.
Docking bombers dead.
Bro. I'm horrible. What can I say? I'm so bad at that game.
The all-new haptic inductive trigger system on the Logitech Pro X2 SUPERSTRIKE delivers unmatched speed, precision, and control for the ultimate gaming experience. Here's how you can customize it via G-Hub. In G-Hub, click on the Hits configuration menu. You'll see 3 subcategories. Here you can customize both.
Okay. Hmm. Very nice. I do like them. Black mouse clicks. Oh my god, that's so sick. I kind of do get the purpose of white mice now, though. They are nice until they start turning yellow. So now, I don't know how to share it. I guess I need a one of these things. I'm good.
This is the expanded winter features. This mod allows you to
This is old.
Experience my summer car in the winter season. And this mod also has some special features, such as a frozen lake, winter ambient sounds, a window scratcher for your Satsuma and other supported car mods, a sauna next to the theater, working cable cars, a fish cellar nearby
Bro,
TV
they
shop,
literally
a temperature
copied
gauge,
this.
and you can make snowballs by pressing F on your keyboard, as well as other features listed right here. If you like to use car mods,
They literally copied this from the thing.
Peggy 18. My friend, have I ever told you about my past? I think it's time you heard the whole story.
Henry, get up now. There's work to be done.
You still have a lot to learn.
Jeez. It smells like plastic.
I was talking to Waki. I did this to you. I remember his face.
All of him fled from the enemy, disobeyed your orders.
But you need training, arms, a horse.
Take me into your service and give me the chance to learn these things.
This land of ours is in the shit. Deep fucking shit.
Where's my fucking sword?
We will hack them to pieces.
Promise me you'll take care of yourself.
So much has changed since those days, but I can recall it all. The good parts and the painful ones. So, let's have a drink. And let me tell you everything.
What? It's out now.
I can't stop dying in my summer car. From driving on the road in the car.
I do kind of want to play my winter car right now, dude. Not gonna lie. Yeah, like the scroll wheel is definitely like it feels loose. What about my other one? This one's a lot newer. I feel this one. Yeah, I think these scroll wheels just die out after a bit. Unfortunately, they like collect dust and they become less pronounced. I could see this also having the same problems as the scroll wheel's weird. But they go back in scroll wheels. I don't know, this might have the same problem as the original Super Light where the scroll wheel just died. Okay. Pretty cool. That's the fastest that I've ever switched off Dark Tide. Because, honestly, that was horrible. What if I click the mouse with something else? Can you feel the mouse click? Yeah, right. It does kind of vibrate. Like, I never really kind of paid attention to that. It does feel like a mouse. Feels like a mouse. I don't know. This is the OG route, and now there's a ski hill over here. Absolutely ripping. Oh fuck. A little bit too hard. Okay, so now shift. Bruh. Really gotta do this. What's the button for it again? Alt B. Oh, no, that's Control. I forget the button to grab it. Control G. Alt G. Oh, right there.
Ei saatana!
Okay, I flipped it. I thought I had to reset. I was like, I can just flip it. Turns out it did seem like there's a lot in my ship, but there are a lot in my truck, but it's really not that much. There's just an extra case of beer. There's 3 cases of fucking beer in here. Or just leave one.
Joo. Joo. Joo ja joo. Ja se teki sitten niin paljon kuin... Oo. Joka saatanan päivä pelkkää paskaa.
1600?
Ja kiitos käynnistä. Joo. Siitä vaan. Peruuttelet sitten auton tonne hallin puolelle.
Like, what if I just want to manage it and have extra battery life? I feel like that should be an option. Shouldn't be all gamer mode. Ooh. All right. Oh, I don't have the... Mm. Ooh, ooh. Oh. Oh. Why, man? Hmm. Oh, it's not even gonna go now. My cortisol level rising. My cortisol levels. They are rising. Hmm. Wow, it's been a while. Forgot to grab the sweater. It's okay though. Yeah, see? It's alright. I wonder... fix this. Oh, wait. Continue. Nice. I think the issue's fixed now. That's cool. Awesome. Now I don't have to reboot the game every 2 seconds. Cool. Sometimes he's back there, but I don't know. Anyway, problem. Wait, my guy's sweating. Oh, no wonder. Hmm. That's nice. I think it says 69 right there. 69. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, got better. Well, not totally. I need to probably make it cooler. Hmm. I don't know why that's not a real Like, this isn't... I don't know why this isn't real yet. To be a real mod. Or, like, you shouldn't need the mod for that. Is what I mean to say. Okay, I'm leaving, quitting again. Let's go play, like, a FPS. Game with clicks. What's the shared watch mode? So it's a co-op mode. See, they did do it. They did exactly what people said they were gonna do. Instead, release a mode in the game that, or like a event. Um. Oh, it's the bird mode. I honestly don't really want to play. Is there an offline mode? Mm. I mean, or if you wanted me to play Ark, but yeah, kind of burnt myself out on that shit. Hmm. So look at that. This one. It actually picks up the fucking dust. Hmm. That's what they were worried about. That's why they have the little wedge there. But I guess now it's better for aftermarket skates. So. And now the bottoms for these mice are definitely better. I'll say it's worth it because this one you won't feel the dust collecting. Feels about the same. Like I need a better pad. That's my issue, I think. This feels muddy. Hmm. The optimization patches, like the small patches they must be doing, are probably helping, honestly. Fucking Bill Clinton. Go home, Bill Clinton. The Epstein files are gonna be released, Bill Clinton. Okay. Yeah, now it's like when you're... Yeah, they definitely introduced some sort of like culling system because now it's like when you're looking at the physics, you're lagging, which is more optimized than before, 100%. 100%. Way better. Oh, he's got the mace. Oh. Can you get up, please? I'm making it worse when I tangle my feet like this. Go run. Dude. Oh, he's... Dude. Save your soul. Thank God. Jeez. Like I was literally leaking. That was crazy. That was a crazy ass death. Wait. Oh. Okay, good. Dude. Oh, I'm losing money like crazy. Almost got scammed, bro. Fucking retarded. Like, it doesn't say that I fucking am missing health. Oh, now it does. Now it does. Nice. After I lose fucking 4 fights, tells me that I'm damaged in the corner, where it's supposed to tell you when you take damage every time. It didn't show it last time. It was just like that. Yeah. I don't really want to play this anymore because it just makes me care about the money too much, and then I just get pissed off. Because, like, I haven't been able to fucking progress in there anyways. Need to play a shooter game. It's fucking stupid. There's an update for Resident Evil. Hmm. What's the new DLC? It's nice and sunny out. I want to play something else. Let's play something else for right now. Yeah, I guess my short answer, this mouse is probably not worth it. But if you're into new stuff, then yeah, sure. Hmm. Mm. I kind of do kind of want to play Ark now. Because, like, apparently the bird game is fucked. It's like the best game mode that they've put in. For loot. One of. It's like a really good loot. Like, apparently those ones are always the best. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'll play some armor. My version of the FPSs. I also could retesting the Super Strike. I don't know. It's really not like. Okay, this game I'll definitely play for longer. Why the fuck are we doing 20-person queues though? They do an update to the. Oh, can you guys just join the EU server? Oh no, actually they joined the NA one. I don't know why they. It's whatever. I guess I'm gonna have to get back into this. I'm gonna ban this. See if there's. See if they still count. Oh, yeah, I guess that one's different. Also, the mouse itself is like hot. It runs hotter. Or is that just me? My hand always being on it? I'm not sure. Probably the latter. Okay. I'm gonna smoke. Oh, much better. Yeah, this mouse is cool. No, I don't know if it was totally worth, but I like it. For me, I don't mind. I think it's pretty good. Not really an upgrade, but just different. It's kind of a gimmick. It's gimmicky, but it's not a gimmick. I'll say that. And also, I will say, like, you probably could take advantage of it and get about a 30 millisecond boost, like they're saying, if you it's like very nuanced. Like, you have to have very good muscle control, right? You have to make use of the actual switch itself and the difference, and you have to make use of the actuation and the rapid trigger, and I guarantee you that alone would give you the 30 ms. If you could roughly go to the same point in the actuation over and over and over and over for like 5 seconds in a row, then yes, yeah, I would probably argue it is better for you for clicking, but I don't really think it's gonna make a difference for like a response though. Like let's say you're aiming and they're aiming and it's like an aim fight, right? Aim battle reaction timing fight. I don't know if it's really gonna help. I guess maybe the physical difference will help you, yeah, if there's actually, but the thing that I was wondering about this is like, is there actual physical difference? Like, I don't think there is. Like, let me try something. If I lower if I lower this, does it actually lower the fucking switch itself? Let's see. I don't think so. But I will say they did. These switches kind of do eliminate mouse travel. Like, they feel like you don't need to mod the, feels like you don't need to mod it. Yeah, you could definitely get used to it. Like, on 311, it feels bouncy. On 322, on 321, it feels snappier. I don't know. Depends on which way you like the feeling. Really, I feel like. And how you, like, your brain eventually will interpret the, you know, the signal in the right way, right? And then eventually you could translate that into like learning and muscle memory, and you could probably gain advantage out of it. But I'm not gonna say like I'm gonna have an advantage over people. I mean, I will as a joke, but right, because I'm like, but I'm not a fucking, you know, crazy ass. What do you call it? I'm not a young kid with crazy reaction time and like crazy control of my muscles, especially since I also have cerebral palsy, which affects, like, directly affects controlling of your muscles. So it's basically pointless for me specifically too, because my own like disability kind of negates the advantage. But I'm sure I could work around it and eventually like learn to control it. It just take a lot longer than the average person. That's my LDR. But I think that does kind of do what they say, but not, I guess, in the way that they say it too, where it's just like basically you're able to shorten the distance in which you can click. So yes, you would be faster, but I don't know. It's not bad. It's not horrible. Really not. this mouse. Okay. In the last like 2 minutes, I just thought of like a summary, basically, of my thoughts after using it. I know I haven't like stuck to a game really, but um these I don't think it's, I don't know, this is my TLDR though. Basically, I don't think it's useful for the thing that they say it's useful for. Now, and I'll specify, right? Basically, their whole like claim to fame, right, is the fact that this thing will like supply you with a better reaction time, which could be true in a way. I haven't really tested that. Like, I haven't tested that specifically. But like, since they're replacing replacing the Switch with like a literal like actual haptic yeah, since they're fucking replacing it with a haptic feedback, I think you could, if you've ever used a controller with like triggers, it's very similar to that. So what, at least I've never used one, but I imagine that's what it would feel like the hair trigger system, but instead of that, it's like controlled electronically with like some of the features of like the Hall effect keyboard. But what they could do is they could add more stuff. Like they could make it coordinate with the game. Now, I'm not really going to necessarily use it, but if they did that, but because it would probably increase performance. Or decrease performance, I mean. But yeah, it's, I don't really think it's like, I mean, I feel like you spend more time trying to like be precise in the click rather than also clicking. Honestly though, like switching those settings around literally makes it feel like a whole different mouse. It's fucking crazy. You put rapid trigger on one. now it resets like no matter what. But then yeah, like this. They could also put like auto response in where so it's like you let off the fucking thing and it shoots. And then I think that would be like borderline cheating and people would definitely ban that shit. Where's the pistols? Quick. Oops. I honestly think they like tweaked the position or something of the scroll wheel, or they did something. Because it's like clicking better, it's like more accurate, it's not as like janky. I don't know, I'll have to use it for a week. Maybe 2. Maybe a month. To confirm, but it feels like more crispy. Oh, sorry, brother. Yeah, it feels more crispy. Could just be like, what happens is like shit gets accumulated in the scroll wheel and then becomes, or like, I don't know what happens to it, but let's go.
God damn it, I drove like 10 feet, god damn.
Wait up. There's no door. What the hell is this sorcery?
It's to your bottom left, Infamy. You're looking everywhere but there.
Yeah. Nice. I'm not sure. They always have like a ongoing problem with like Russians DDoSing all the servers, so it might have been that. There's been a problem literally for like 6 months. It's fucking insane. Probably even longer, honestly. They're just mad. They're haters. It's also because it's the devs, so it's like a race war between, they're trying to like DDoS them because they're race and shit. I think they're like a lot of Ukrainians. I should have took it off thing, because I don't know, I guess being accurate is cool too, but accurate. Oh shit. Here comes the cavalry. Oh shit. Maybe I should turn on rapid trigger for right click as well. I'll try it. Yeah, it gives you like feedback when it resets. It makes it feel like snappier. They're weird. Where are you guys? Come out of there. Dude. Cool. The actuation point is at 3. Oh, this is my... Yeah, honestly, I think this is the best. I mean, you could change the quick haptics to whatever you want. Oh, that's just for right click. I'm like, why is it? Oh, that's fucking...
Alright, I'll fly, Eugene. I'll fly. I'll get you to where we need to be, buddy.
You can kind of hear it. That's on 5 though. I like it on 1. Maybe 2 be nice. 2 feels good. Imagine if you turn it up. What the hell is that thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like the Rust Heli. I don't know. That's my first time seeing it. I haven't been on in like a few weeks. Did they just add that shit or something? Might have to fuck around. Damn, he fucking waxed all of us. Dude, that guy has a big gun. Woo. That guy has a big gun. I bet. What the fuck? Why you like this though? Okay. It's so fucking sensitive. Holy. Fucking crash land that bitch. Oh, enemy heli. Enemy heli landing west, boys. West. Just landed. Pretty close to the objective, I'm pretty sure. Yo, you scared the shit out of me, bro. Oh, he died. No! Maybe. Didn't go far enough. I don't know. I need to let you throw a little bit further with the grenades in this game. Be fucking sick. It's nice. My initial reaction is I like this mouse a lot better than the super light, even though it's 1 gram heavier. It's literally 1 gram heavier, I'm pretty sure, or about 1 gram heavier. But it's probably a little more. $59.99. This one is, and this one is 59.62. So yeah, it is a little bit heavier. It's like a gram heavier with the puck. It's at 51 with the puck. So yeah, 59 grams with this tech is pretty fucking awesome. It's pretty much the same weight. Like, it's like a tiny bit heavier. And like, I can feel the weight distribution change a little bit. But only because I'm so used to using it. I've been using the super light for like 3 years, non-stop. Only. Every time I pick up a different shaped mouse, I'll go. But I guess that's kind of snobby of me. I'm like a BMW driver of mice, I guess. Apparently the shape is not that good. There's a guy over here. Can't get behind you. Not really. Hello. He's out there. I can hear him. Almost. Ran out of bullet. She. Yeah, it's a fucking like with the puck, probably like 52 almost. It's for sure 51 because the puck is at least a gram. Feels about the same, except the weight balance is, yeah, definitely front heavy towards towards the sensor. They did a good job, like, weight restricting it, though. Yeah, I don't think the actual physical distance changes. There's like these metal things on the... Yeah. It's like the sensors or whatever the fuck. You can see them. Instead of the mouse switch. We come to steal your fucking jewelry. Someone's hiding over here, I bet.
Place the beacon like right here. Didn't expect it to fucking glow.
Let's go this way. Nobody else went this way. I like the material for the pads. It's very yeah, it's not really noticeable. The thing that's more noticeable is the fucking little things they put around the skates. Because even on my aftermarket skates, I feel that. In this, you don't feel that. So with like aftermarket skates on this, it's gonna be a dream. That's the real blessing they did for us, but they didn't include any, which kind of sucks. You know what would have been a funny ass thing if they included like gray ones to put. It's like, well, if you guys want, you could put the default. You could rip those off, you know, and put the default ones on. And another thing I noticed is censoring one isn't completely placed very well, but that's alright. First retail batch tings, and honestly I don't think it affects it because the sensor ring, there's only a sensor ring like thing around the middle part now, so there's no like ridges around the pads except for around the inside part of the sensor ring. On the outside there's no fucking ridge. So it's actually very fucking... Honestly, I really like having these different click settings. It actually feels good. I will say it is very gimmicky, but honestly, it isn't going to be a gimmick soon. I feel like people are going to be copying this. I was kind of like, my brain was kind of turning on it a while ago, where I was like, yeah, this is kind of shit. I'm just going to use my normal mouse. But it's like, dude, it's actually better. It's just annoying that it has to be like on to. But I guess that makes sense. It's kind of like a controller, right? Now just think of a mouse literally like another controller, just different flavor. That's basically what this is. It's sick. I think it's worth. Maybe not 200 bucks worth, but 200 and what? 70 Canadian? Yeah, maybe not 270 Canadian worth, but for however much I paid, 260 or something, 250. Around, it's just like 240, around there. Actually. Yeah, it's definitely not like totally worth that money. I would wait for someone to clone this tech. It's gonna happen. They're doing it right now. I guarantee it. They were waiting for this mouse to come out so they could rip it apart and clone it. All the mouse companies, at least the well-off ones, like Zowie and SteelSeries. Maybe if a bit of the more niche ones like Lamzu and
It's not this way. Yeah, it's a dead end. We're good. But you hear them outside.
maybe, I don't know. I don't think we'll see a Lamzu haptic mouse, but maybe we'll see like other ones. Maybe we'll see like a Lamzu haptic mouse if it takes off enough. And someone can produce these switches massively for other
I checked this one out. It's not this one.
Why did we come in here? Also, he's like Brazilian or something. He said my name properly. Usually people with his accent say Colio or some shit like that. Maybe he's Spanish, I don't know. Sounds like a Brazilian accent to me though. Right. Yeah, I think this shit is a better overall deal too, because like all they really needed to do is make like or like source out some separate skates, like buy them for like fucking like just buy them off AliExpress or like source them off a fucking cheap ass place like that where you could buy bulk and then just like they don't even have to make them themselves. Like, Logitech is so stubborn, yet they do things like source their keyboards. Oh, they source their keyboards from Keychron and whatnot, but you can't source like a little, well, not the keyboards, but the keyboard parts, sorry. They source a lot of the parts from Keychron. And like their moldings and stuff. Honestly, the clicks do feel smooth. Especially on the first haptic setting. The first haptic setting, it just feels nice. On the other haptic settings, it kind of feels obnoxious. Now, if they do the thing that I think they might do, which is like integrate it with games and then make it like vibrate when you shoot guns and do other stuff, like a controller rumble. Then it's gonna appeal like more to the casual people. It's not gonna be a competitive thing because also this tech is heavier. With the puck, it's or like with or without, it's heavier. It's heavier. Like this mouse. I don't know if battery plays part in it, but probably not because it's holding the same amount of stuff. It's just changing positive and negative side. Anyways, it's just discharging it. But yeah, other than the fact that it's like heavier, I think it's good. It's not really usable off, but you wouldn't like turn your mouse click off anyways. It really is dumb. It does feel stupid, but at the same time, there could be like, you know, they could add like different settings, like a immersion mode where it like vibrates as if you're using a controller. You know, it wouldn't be that. They could definitely do it. And then that would stand them above the rest of the people and companies that are going to clone this. Then they wouldn't really need to patent it, right? They probably, like, if that's their move, then I saw right through their book, but it's a good damn book though. It's not no like they're going to change the mouse game with this shit. Like what? Like they did with yeah, because they kind of did that with the optical switches before, and then everybody started copying them with optical switches. There was some companies that didn't want the optical switches because obviously the feeling is different. Honestly, I don't really notice the feeling being that much worse or like that much different. I'm not that much of a Switch connoisseur like some people. Some people care so much for a specific exact click and mouse switch. So for that type of person, this mouse might not be for them. Because at that rate, like a nicer, more comfortable switch to them would just probably be die next time. What the fuck? Bitch. Revenge. No, it's definitely worth fucking with. I kind of want to make a Logitech account just to have, like, to share my profile, but I feel like it's gonna be everywhere. This, this preset shit. So. Yeah. Where is it? We do this now. Profiles. I wish it's been 55% for like forever, so did they upgrade the battery? Like, geez. This shit doesn't take that much. Because, like, you gotta think every click is eating the battery away, probably more so than. Because it's like an inductive button now rather than like an actual super durable micro switch. So it makes me think like how many clicks, that's the other thing too. Oh yeah, I forgot to do like a reaction test. Like see if it helps on that front. Like I don't think it helps on the click per second front though. I thought it kind of would though. Maybe if your muscles are, if you have nice fucking hand muscle genes, you could probably fucking pull it off. A better click, maybe like a few better click. I got 1 click per second better, which, to be frank, it's kind of like, if anything, a little bit easier. It doesn't actually like make it, like it feels easier to me. It doesn't, I don't know. I was thinking like, oh, how does it work? But it makes a lot of sense now. It makes a lot of sense.
Hey everyone, today we're doing a quick unboxing of the Logitech Pro X2 SUPERSTRIKE. So this is the first mouse to have haptic inductive trigger system. So what that means is lower latency clicks, and also you can tune when the actuation happens. So you can tweak at which point does the click occur. So let's quickly get this thing open. Inside we are presented with the mouse, of course, straight away. Love the black and white color combination here. It's actually really light. It almost feels like an empty shell. And on the bottom, it's got a plastic cover.
He's glazing, bro. He's glazing.
So in the rest of the box, underneath we have...
He's glazing. It definitely does not feel like an empty shell.
a dongle. You can plug it in via USB-A or this little adapter here, which allows you to plug in via USB-C. And then further underneath is the documentation and also an included USB-A to C cable. Besides the documentation, there are additional grip stickers that you can stick onto the mouse. They also give you a replacement cover here so that you can replace it with the smooth surface instead of this G logo here. Underneath the G, there is a spot to put your dongle. It's just held in via friction. Also, when you press it, it's almost silent. There's no actual clicking sound. Once you power it on, then these buttons start feeling clicky. The side buttons are still clicky. It supports power play. Up front you have your USB-C charging port. The scroll wheel is hollow, as you can see, to save that extra bit of weight. So that's pretty much it for this quick unboxing. Hope this is useful and thanks for watching. Hey everyone, today we're doing a quick unboxing of the Logitech Pro X2 SUPERSTRIKE. So this is the first mouse to have haptic...
I didn't actually notice that. But it's probably hollowed on this one too. Yeah, it is. Because mine is... Ew, it's fucking gross. There's shit on it.
Hey guys.
Not literal shit.
Two questions. I got two answers.
Yo, you're actually really good at manual.
I know, bro. Come on. Hey guys.
I have two questions.
Two questions. I got two answers. What do we need?
Can you sign my...
I would love to. What's the other question?
I make custom cards.
You make custom cards?
So I was wondering if you want them.
How much do you sell them for?
Oh no, okay, you just take one.
Ryan, did you see any cards in my case that you were interested in? That big? What would you put your value at on these? Let's say you did sell them. What would you value them at?
Maybe like 65.
65?
645.
What Pokemon is Sweet Tea? Or Sweet Tea?
It's like a candy Pokemon.
It's a candy Pokemon? I'll trade you this for the Tepig. How does that sound? I'll put your value at $21.
Okay.
Yeah? There you go, Ryan.
Thank you.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I'm thinking about being a mailman.
A mailman? I love the idea of being a mailman. It's such a good job. Have you thought about like maybe like illustrating like as a profession?
Not yet.
I think you're really good at it if you work. Not that you shouldn't be a mailman. That's also they make a lot of money. But if you want to maybe like do some illustrations, you should make like comic books or something maybe. I think you'd be good at it. But you do whatever you want to do at the end of the day. Pleasure talking to you, my friend. Hey guys.
I have two questions.
Two questions. I got two answers. What do we need?
Can you sign my...
I would love to. What's the other question?
Yeah.
I make custom...
Yo, you're actually really good at manual.
What's better, Superlight 2 or Viper V3 Pro? Superlight 2, 110%, 110%. My Superlights kept breaking. I went through, I think, 6 in 2025. I'm on a new one in 2026. So I was looking up for new mouses. Somebody said Razer Viper V3 Pro. I'm like, okay, let me give it a shot. Went to Best Buy. Bang. I'm a numbers guy. Picked up the new fucking Razer V3. Brought it home, took it out the box, felt it in my palm one time. I said no. I'm like, let me give it a shot. Tried it in CS, immediately no. I put that shit back in the box, returned it, and I bought a Superlight 2 again. So yeah, I wouldn't go with that. I would go with the Superlight 2. What's better, Superlight 2 or Viper V3 Pro? Superlight 2, 110%, 110%. My Superlights kept breaking. I went through, I think, 6 in 2025. I'm on a new one in 2026. So I was looking up for new mouses. Hi. What's better?
Yeah, what he said. He's slamming that shit, bro.
Do you see this shit?
Oh, I can't wait for my stick now.
Come here, brother. This is from Dodge and Turtle. They wanted to make sure you had a T-bone stick. You gotta take it easy though, okay? How easy can you take this? You gotta be super easy. Promise. Go boy. Go boy. Okay, go power. Do you see this shit?
Oh, I can't wait for my stick now.
Come here, brother. This is from Dodge and Turtle. They wanted to make sure you had a T-bone stick.
That looks so good, dude.
Though, okay, how easy can you take this? You Gotta be super easy. Promise. Good boy. Good boy.
Yeah, of course that dog's
This is the Donut.
I don't know why he needs to
see this
leave
shit?
comments like that.
This is the Donatec Racing Turbocharger. The whole kit costs 19,780 marker. And here are all the things that you need to pick up from Fleetari's catalog. And to install it, we first need to unbox the turbo parts. Next, remove the exhaust headers. Now, install the exhaust turbo header. Next,
Yeah, close. She's on that wall. She's close left, close left. Maybe not. Hey, there she is. Yeah.
Got him. Oh, another fucking blanket behind us.
I'm slow. Help
I got you. I got you. I got you, brother.
Thanks.
Bog.
Speaking, I realised we were. Oh, fucking hell. Of course he's there.
Fucking put.
We got it. The last one's way late. She's behind us.
The chaos is real. So what rank is this? Bronze, silver? Nice. Might as well use it. Last round. Got this. You got your super strike. How I like it. I think the weight's a bit funny, but I like the clicks for Valorant. But I don't like them in general as a switch. But they work for my. They work well for one tap and Val, but. Where do you want to go? You'll go with ham on A and I'll hold B. I can molly. Actually, I'll come with you because they got Sage. I'll come with you. Let me go mid actually. So that Sage can wall it.
He's watching something and he's going to shoot their foot.
I've no. Do you know what you got?
That's
No
what
idea.
I understood from that. Yeah.
They shoot them in the foot. It's a weak point we've not been told about.
We've got one way.
Kill.
Smoke mid.
Smoke's down.
A.
You took my time.
Come in.
Full elbow.
They're inside already. Inside already. And elbow.
Ah,
elbow.
fuck it out. I got one. Just a couple elbow.
90 on him. He's elbow left side. That's Spike elbow.
Down A.
Two inside. They're both inside. One's behind the box.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Feels weird at the front. They finally rounded the front skate. They should have done years ago, which is good.
Let's fucking go, cants.
Rounded the front skate, and then I'll try and go by Vandal next instead. And then, yeah, the main switches are okay, but they don't fully push in. Like, they're quite, I mean, they push in, but they're quite flat, that's the only thing to say. Hard to explain it. They don't quite stick out enough. Not bad. The weight's the probably main thing for me, and the coating's still shit with that, so it's good. Smoke mid again.
Smoke's down. KO used his knife mid.
Yeah. That fucking what?
Launching smoke.
There's one mid as well. Coming through link.
There's two link. They're going to be fast on A.
Yeah, Sage is mid. Spike.
For retake.
Spike's mid with Sage.
Side for retake cam. Oh, they've got it actually.
Okay, yeah, Spike's exactly mid. Sage is mid. Go in with them, Ham. Go sit on the spike. It's where Sage is now.
Yeah, careful on your left.
Last one long. Fucking hell, that swing with the ghost. Love it. RNG, baby.
That was the luckiest fucking kill I've ever seen in my life.
100% on it. I was pure fucking look at. Full swing with a ghost and just one taps him. No, with is it Gecko? No, it's Gecko, I think.
Absolutely wild.
What feels smoother with the rounded edge? Oh, they thingy.
I haven't used the
Yeah,
fan
because they
yet,
never used to round the bottom. I
too
told
much of
them
a Ghost
about 5 years ago to round the bottom, this bottom edge, which they've done now finally. You know what I mean?
My distance to use my utilizer to soften them up.
Needs a bit of a tweak.
Yeah, they're-
On that color scheme I did about 4 years ago. Isn't
They
it?
might do the same thing. They use their knife and Ludocan.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
They're in. Oh, I missed my fucking. Gecko's main. Spike's down A. Spike down A. Oh, sorry. B. Spike's on me, basically.
Yeah, this is normal. Anyway. Yeah, I like it. It's not that bad. Keep in mind, he's like really old, so he doesn't like switching. I feel like he doesn't want to switch off like something that feels like totally different. Which this does feel totally different. Does. Doesn't feel like a mouse switch. Feels the way that Bordsy described it, like you're clicking on a rubber band. That's pretty much it.
First race start of 2026. 7 cars doing a practice start. Imagine someone crashes. Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god, Galapito almost crashed. How did he almost crash getting into the box? 3, 4, 5. Oh no! 4 people didn't start. Oh, that's so bad. Well, it definitely seems like the race starts for a concern in these cars. We better not get a fucking rolling start in Australia, man. And he's broken down. And he's broken down. He's anti-storm. Look, it is testing. And I'm glad they did that, but that is bad. What was he doing? Why did he turn the wheel down? Yeah.
Like, let's go back to
like a dumbass motherfucker on Reddit and you like my content, you know what I mean? What do people with public health degrees go into? Research, clinical coordination, healthcare management, everything like that. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you. I'm a new woman. I'm a
yeah,
new
he doesn't
fucking
play
woman,
like
bro.
other games though.
Like I can move my elbow, like nursing. No, public health is not clinical. It's more so like the administrative clinical stuff, research, access to healthcare, shit like that. But yeah, my arm is fucking free, guys. My arm is free. I can move my elbow. I'm just like, yeah. Even though it really hurts kind of doing this right now, I'm not gonna lie. But like, they gave me my Fortnite back. They gave me my Fortnite back, guys.
Well, congratulations. At least she can reach for some cookies again. We all know you ain't going ice skating. Also, she goes, I was only talking to my community. Well, I don't know. Half of your clips are addressing other people. You literally addressed the haters right now. Before you were addressing veterans, so I don't know. I'd say you're talking to other people as well. People responding,
Wait, she uses
she
a
can't find
left
job is
or
probably not
left
because
hand?
of Trump. It's probably because of her statements are not ones many employers want associated with their brand. And it was out of nowhere, Mizkif responded.
I'm gonna be real, chat. If you're like, I think Frogan's probably like 5 years into the game. Just get a job. She averages 80 viewers. and I'm not even saying this in a hate
I think you should
towards
take your own
Frogan.
advice.
I'm just being real. You've been doing this for 5 years now. 5 years. And you still are at 60 viewers. Keep in mind, that's 80 viewers.
She's going for her third Rising Star Miz.
Bro, okay, well, she needs to have her rising charts, because this is insane. Her biggest peak ever was 4 years ago, where she hit 700 viewers. I don't know how old she is. How old is Frogan? She's 28. Bro, just pack it up. Like, in my opinion, you pack it up. You pack it up, you try to get a new job. This is a hobby at this point. This should not, you're not making any money. And if the fact you have to beg for money or even ask for money, it's over, bro. It's over. You have 50 viewers, man. Do you know how little that is, chat? She might be making like maybe $1,000 a month. Someone needs to have that talk with Frogan. This girl needs to get a fucking job. 5 years, you're at 80 viewers. And here's the thing. You're not just at 80 viewers. You're very popular. Like, not popular. You're well known. Frogan's known by millions of people at this point. All of Hassan's community. Everybody knows who Frogan is. And she's at 80 viewers.
Yeah, Mizgift trying to desperately jump on it as well, but nobody really cares about Mizgift's opinion. He's just here for some comedic relief. Also hilarious, this guy calling anyone irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't mean anything considering you try to call me irrelevant as well, right? But the funny thing is, when you did it to me, you never brought up any of my views, right? Interesting. Instead, the reverse happened. I had to bring up your viewership. Funny how that works. Absolute fucking loser, bro. And honestly, he's gonna be the butt of my jokes in the series for a long, long time. This guy just pissed me off one time, and congrats. You're cemented in his...
Yo, what's good, YouTube? It's Boardsy, and this is going to be my review of the Logitech Pro X2 SUPERSTRIKE. This is not a normal mouse, and it was not a normal review process either. Logitech actually flew me out, along with other creators, people in the media, to their global headquarters in Lausanne, Switzerland, to explain, like, give a tour of their facility, explain the design behind this mouse and the haptic inductive trigger system. So I'm not pretending I just went to a store and got this mouse off the shelf. But I have had it for a few days. I'm going to mention everything, the good, bad, the ugly. But I really do think it's absolutely an innovation in mouse tech. It goes at click latency from a completely different angle and brings the functionality of Hall effect switches on keyboards with adjustable actuation points and rapid trigger onto mice. And it's implemented very well. It is going to feel completely different. It's going to sound different from any type of mechanical or optical micro switch you're used to, because they have an analog sensing system that whenever you go the actuation distance that you've set, you get the haptic feedback. And that is also adjustable. You can have a stronger sensation, you can have a lighter sensation. Actually, the tech department does have a window capture. So, I mean, the haptics you're not really going to be able to hear necessarily, but you can feel it. It's just like a strong vibrational feeling. I've personally enjoyed it on the setting 2. All personal preference. It's just going to come down to how strong of a bump do you want. If you want to feel basically nothing, if you're going to be spamming the clicks a lot, maybe you want it on the lowest setting. It's technically usable without the haptics, but I mean, I just would not recommend using a mouse switch without any type of bump response when you click. Adjustable actuation point is arguably the biggest feature. The way rapid trigger makes the concept of a click needing to rebound completely irrelevant. I mean, that's also game changing, but actuation distance being as low as 0.065 millimeters on the lowest setting, no standard mouse switch compares to that whatsoever. And it really does make it when you go back from the lower settings, it makes all other mice have a very kind of stiff and sluggish feel. It's not unusable though, and it's not like the performance suffers massively, but if you do want the lightest mouse click you've ever felt with the lowest travel distance, the fastest rebound, best spammability,
I'm using it on
that's
2,
really
but
going to be this. I don't say those as like hyperbole or to shill the mouse. It's like, just look at what's required to activate this mouse. There's no pre-travel because that is where the switch activates. Even on the older G Pro, you can see there's this pre-travel. Like, if I'm putting the same amount of pressure with the lower travel distance, this obviously the input's going to happen first. So that's where they get the claim of 30 ms from. They even showed us like a slow-mo camera capturing it in real time compared to the Death Adder V4. But yeah, as for the benefits that you'll notice in a real world like gaming scenario, it's obviously going to come down to the settings you use. Like if you're not using the lower actuation points and the rapid trigger, it's going to perform similar to a normal mouse. That's no secret. But if I'm personally using the second actuation point because the first one, I just get accidental presses and it's hard to even click that down the mouse that exact amount. So I think the second one is more natural. That's around 0.13 millimeters of actuation distance. And I find like double editing in Fortnite due to the rapid trigger, just edit on release in general, is so much more consistent. I think the release signal is being relayed like much faster to the PC with this mouse. And in general, just shotgun aim, it feels snappier. Say, like, there wasn't much of an adjustment period. At first, I had it on the lowest haptics, lowest distance, and lowest rapid trigger, but I literally just bumped all of those settings up to 222, and that was the configuration that I'm still sticking with. I don't really have any issues with accidental presses, no, like, accidental double clicks due to the rapid trigger being too low, and the feedback is comfortable but not like too strong. It's really just immediately kind of better. I say kind of.
Yeah, I feel like 2 is
compared to
actually
the
better
standard
for
GPX2,
click.
That this click experience is just an objective upgrade
'Cause it is
in
stronger.
my use case.
Feels-
And especially compared to something
3
like
is
the
nice.
Zowie click implementation, which obviously has like a lot of pre-travel,
is
just a
pretty
stiff
crispy.
kind of heavier feeling. It's I don't know, it's kind of like the horse when the automobile came along. You just know the future is looking grim. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows with this mouse, I will say. For one
Oh, that's
thing,
what I'm doing right
there
mouse.
is too much looseness on my left click. Especially, I mean, yeah, just look at that. The right click, it's a perfectly like understandable amount of side-to-side wobble. But yeah, that's definitely not good. If that's a common thing on units, I would recommend watching multiple reviews. But back in late January, I did have a chance to test a unit without access to G-Hub, and there
this
was
is
none
nice.
of that like side-to-side wobble.
This
so
is nice.
It doesn't affect the in-game experience, especially like when
Mine
I'm
is
pressed
nice.
down. I don't notice it at all, but that's worth noting because the clicks, they're the only thing that changed. It's a $180 mouse with new click tech. You want the quality to be really good. And then obviously there is room for post-travel, like if you want to bottom out the switch or set the actuation point like all the way down there. But it's not really something I notice, and you are going to be, if you don't bottom out the switch, you're going to be better able to take advantage of the tech. And now for some more, I don't even understand the skates. I didn't even ask about these at the Logitech event. I will say they play fine on glass pads, but at the same time, they forced me to use glass pads for almost all of my testing. I've been using the Glassworks Polarity, and I'll show it on like a GSR SE or something, so you can just see that it is a complete muddy experience. Like ultra slow, these black skates. Most people are just going to swap to aftermarket skates. It is the same layout as the GPX2. I didn't test it on the G640, which is, of course, like the pad that they use for all of their testing, but I don't know. I really can't. I can't justify the skates, except for glass pads, but I don't think the majority of people are using glass pads. But getting back on topic, the side buttons were another thing, along with the skates I was getting asked about. And these do have the same mushy feeling, like a lot of pre-travel, really no different from the standard GPX2, but they are, like, I'm not going to lie, they're some of my favorite side buttons for Fortnite. The input's very good. Potentially in the future, maybe they will have the same haptic tech on them, but I don't even know. Side buttons, if you hate them, you're still going to hate them. It's not like they became crispy overnight. Yeah, I mean, shell-wise, this is just a GPX2.
You didn't talk about the scroll
weight down
wheel.
to 61 grams, but it is a little bit more front-heavy. It's not, like, perfectly balanced, similar to how the GPX2 is, just because the new click tech towards the front of the mouse, but they did make those side walls and the bottom plate a bit thinner, I think like 0.7 and 0.8 millimeters respectively. So yeah, they did have to sacrifice on absolute like perfect weight balancing, but it really isn't something where it's massively front heavy, but it is 0.4 millimeters above the sensor. The center of gravity is. That was not a properly structured sentence, but you get what I'm saying. So yeah, nothing massive that I would consider to be a deal-breaking flaw, but it's not all positive. There are definitely some things I'm criticizing. But the click implementation feeling, it really is what it's hyped up to be, in my opinion. And I think once people try it, you will get what I'm saying about every other click implementation. Even something like the Kill GX switches, just feeling like they're designed a bit more for precision. Like they don't feel ultra sensitive, which I remember in the past compared to other switches I used, the Kill GXs did. Like these really do just bring like a new level of lightness, like minimal actuation force required, and spammability with the rebound timing not even being a thing. I'm sure you guys who watch my videos, I would talk about how Vaxi mice had quick rebound times, which made the spamming feel better. This, it just, again, it takes it to a new level. And of course, it all comes down to what you play, like which scenarios you find yourself in. If you're doing a lot of tracking, click timing doesn't matter in your game. Obviously, there's not going to be much of a difference between this and the standard super light for you. But I think anything where you're tap firing, you're coming to a stop, you need to confirm a click, that process is likely going to be fastest and just smoothest on this implementation. And yeah, I don't play TAC FPS. I know some of those pros are starting to adopt it, but it's just like anything where click timing matters. I don't see how you would be at a disadvantage with this on dialed in settings that you enjoy. I haven't put enough time to really come to a conclusion on this, but I've played a few games on 40 ping instead of 10 ping, which I normally play, and actions definitely felt a lot more one-to-one, or click specifically in Fortnite did, with the SUPERSTRIKE rather than the Viper V3 Pro. But again, that was just like a few games of Reload I played. And I will say, in terms of implementation that would be closest to one of the low settings on the SUPERSTRIKE, it probably is the WMS Huan with Omron Opticals, because it does have very low travel distance, light actuation force, and not a lot of like strong tactile feedback response. But it's still just not, like, if you can see, it's still just not a hair trigger in the same way. There is a bit more pre-travel. And then, of course, if you bottom out, there is all of that time to come back to the top of the switch. So yeah, I just hope you guys are able to, by watching this video, get an understanding of just how sensitive these clicks can be and how that is actually an advantage, how much of an advantage it'll be for you. I mean, that it depends on what you play. As I've said, your clicking style, your shape preference. Like if you love small mice and you're used to the OP1 shape, the Super Light is a lot larger. But for me, I enjoy this like kind of larger flagship style of shape, 60 grams. It's really nothing. I make a lot of palm contact, so that's really nothing, Div. That was a tough quote. I make a lot of palm contact, so the weight balancing doesn't bother me. The click feeling, like with the haptics, doesn't bother me at all, though it's unusual. I still don't think it feels like a sharp micro switch, but we've moved past that. The mouse scene, mechanical, optical.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't.
I mean, going forward, this will be my main. And
when he explained it in the stream, like clicking down on a rubber band, that's kind of exactly how it feels.
This gaming mouse is rocking a feature that I don't think I can live without.
I thought maybe he would have one too. Yeah, I guess not. Probably does, but...
Today is February 3rd. Okay, I'm gonna just put my sub count even just right there, so everybody can. Bro, stop unsubbing, bro. So like chat, no chat. Real talk. Actually, stop.
History forever now. Moving on to Hassan. So today, Hassan is going viral.
It does
for,
kind of
quote,
feel more
China
responsive.
maxing and basically shilling for foreign governments as he does best. And he basically got called out on the news by this woman, and he just exposes himself as the biggest racist ever. So it starts here where he defends foreign propaganda because that's literally what he does himself.
Committee holding a hearing to look into claims that foreign actors may be secretly influencing U.S. nonprofits. A report alleging that the far-left group Democratic Socialists of America has foreign ties that are working to undermine federal authorities under the guise of protests, saying they found, quote, the DSA's rhetoric matches the anti-U.S. propaganda.
This is so funny. It's like, yeah, it's because the anti-U.S. propaganda coming from foreign adversaries is correct. It's not anti-U.S. propaganda. It's just correct. Like, for example, when, I don't know, the Chinese government or the Russian government, regardless of their own personal moral infallibility or whatever aside, right? Like, they're not obviously infallible. But like when they actually adequately address some of the issues that are taking place in America, that's not propaganda. That's just a reflection of reality.
Well, that take is not surprising at all, not shocking at all. Leave it to Hassan to defend basically anything anti-America, right? The foreign governments are just right, okay? As long as they're criticizing the US, they are automatically correct. That's how it works. Hassan will defend anything and anyone, including the worst of humanity being terrorists, as long as they are anti-America. That is simply how it operates in the Piker universe. Also, I love how he does the same shit again, where he's like, yeah, they have flaws, but we never talk about those flaws. We just sort of hand wave that shit, you know, like actual oppression. For example, the Iranian government gunning down protesters or any sort of oppression in any foreign country. This guy will claim that North Korea treats its citizens better than the US government does, which is absolutely fucking absurd. Regardless of what's going on in the US and how bad it is not comparable to North fucking Korea, but according to Hassan, the guy who glazes the USSR as well, all these achievements under his belt, collecting them like fucking COD trophies or some shit. So anyways, let's get to the part with this woman who's talking about the trend of China maxing, where essentially influencers are paid to do propaganda, and sometimes unknowingly as well. And Hassan is obviously pissed, considering the guy considers himself spiritually Chinese after spending 2 weeks in China on his paid luxury vacation.
Xi Van Fleet, a survivor of Mao's revolution, joins me now, and she, China. So she, our foreign adversaries, namely China, actively behind the push towards socialism here in the U.S.
Feels
yes, absolutely. You see it everywhere, and then the recent thing is what's trending is called China maxing.
This lady is my favorite. She hates me. This lady is like, I survived the Cultural Revolution. You know what's just like the Great Leap Forward? Columbia University. like I love these sorts of people that come in and they're just like, yeah, whatever current thing that's like frustrating, I don't know, 75-year-old boomers in Iowa is exactly what it was like in the Chinese countryside.
The first one is about propaganda. The second one is about influence. And
it's pretty funny to say this also about China in general, because they are, in my opinion, far too disinterested in doing soft power. I mean, that's changing a little bit, but like up until this moment, they straight up were like, no, we're just going to sell to our own market. Like, we have a massive consumer base in China. We're just going to make cultural works that only Chinese people will consume, which I think is a massive mistake, because soft power is the name of the game. America's cultural dominance, America's hegemonic superpower status, in large part is due to the cultural imperialism, the soft power that comes from Hollywood, right? China doesn't do that.
Right. So bro is actually just giving them free tips at this point. I mean, how much are they paying you, Hassan, honestly? Because this guy's legitimately like, there isn't enough propaganda, all right? There isn't enough foreign propaganda. There should be more, right? There should be more. There should be more people like me. You know, just wire me like double the doubloons on PayPal and I'll do it. I'll do it, you know? Hassan unironically will be like, I'll do the propaganda myself. China #1, don't worry. You know, US bad. They brainwash everybody through their Marvel movies in Hollywood, right? China and all these other countries need to get on their level, right? Start infiltrating TikTok. Come on. Pay the influencers. I mean, he's not even hiding it at this point, and we'll see later it becomes blatantly fucking obvious when he's flashing his accessories. Also, this is always a mistake, never do this, but if you look at Hassan's chat here, Peepo smile, Mao missed one, Peepo smile. I mean, just surprised they don't want her dead, but I probably missed that message. So then she talks about like these TikTok influencers getting paid to do this sort of propaganda, and then she explicitly brings up Hassan.
It's something that CCP is expert of. They will capture the elite. In this case, they capture a lot of the influencers in social media, especially in TikTok. And most of the people who are influenced have no idea that they are the target, And some, of course, they do because they get paid handsomely. And one of the example is Hassan Piker. He went to China for 2 weeks and come back a Chinese, now leading the China magazine on the social media.
Yes. Hey, Michael from Pennsylvania. Notice how she said I'm Chinese now? Oh, look at me. I'm Michael from Beijing. No, you're not. Hey, yo, did you hear that? Let's run that back. She said I'm Chinese. Let's go.
Bro, oh my god, he is creaming himself at this. He's like, she noticed me. Oh my god, somebody called me Chinese. Yes, I'm totally one of you. Brother, are you good? Also, like, just for the record, I don't think she was talking literally, okay? I don't think she legitimately thinks you morphed into a Chinese person. I think what she means to say is that you're shilling after a literal week there, soy facing at the Red Book, you know, covering for the police that was stopping you for a meme on your phone. Meanwhile, if that happened in the US, you would be saying they're the Gestapo. And I feel like what she's actually referring to might be that instance of Hassan calling himself spiritually Chinese.
My mind, in my conscience, I have already become Chinese. We were already white Chinese in this chat. I've already become full Chinese.
Because this man is such a fucking dork, right? A shape-shifting dork. Schrodinger's Turk, they call him, right? Because he changes races and skin colors like a fucking chameleon. So he was trying to add Chinese to his belt as well, but the people were obviously not having it. So I don't know what exactly she was referring to there, but nobody thinks you're Chinese, man. Get over yourself. Then he starts attempting to speak in Chinese in some weird sort of emulation.
Why the Chinese influence able to capture
Okay, I don't know about you. That just looked really racist, bro. Like, I don't know what the hell he was doing there, what he was trying to do. So he was like playing music or something, and I guess trying to sing along or whatever, but it's just convenient he does that when she's on the screen, right? The least racist woke person right here.
Fuck this South Vietnamese. Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions?
This guy was legitimately like, oh yes, Chinese person spotted. I must bust out my dog shit just singing attempt in fucking Chinese or whatever. There's no way. There's just no way, man. Anyway, so then they call out Hassan for his propaganda and he just doubles down in the most shameless way possible.
China maxing is. You mentioned it's on TikTok. It's the newest craze. And basically it's young Americans romanticizing and glamorizing living in communist China. Quote, China maxing isn't just a lifestyle trend. Many of the young influencers praising Chinese culture are actively denigrating America. They're aesthetically, morally, and politically defecting to another superpower. And she, as somebody who lived and fled the Mao Revolution, what's your message to those who romanticize communism, especially young Americans who grew up here with every advantage in the world, now saying, I want to live under communist rule? What's your message to them, Xi?
Yeah, my message is you have to learn history. We have to teach our children real history.
Bro, this guy is too much, bro. Actually, completely shameless. They're literally calling you out for propaganda and you go, yep, that's me right here. Thanks for doing a roll call. Maybe they'll slip me another check. I mean, if it wasn't enough to do like a flippin' propaganda tour and all this nonsense, this guy's just flashing his souvenirs being like, yes, I got all of this shit. And mind you, all this time, Hassan is out there accusing other people of working with foreign governments, being paid by foreign governments, being anti-American, working with America's enemies and all that to undermine the stability of the country, etc., shilling for foreign powers. And then he's out here doing this shit openly, like he ain't even trying to hide it. I mean, you cannot make this shit up. This is a Diddy Pika special. Also, I just find it funny, like every time Hassan will pretend to be the most woke person ever until the second somebody disagrees with him, a minority group disagrees with him, suddenly he just turns into like a straight white supremacist. He just turns into the most racist person ever, starts mocking them in the most caveman way possible. Also, I couldn't let this pass. I'm sorry. I gotta point out Kaya. Shocked 1,000 times. She has literally passed out. Look how well trained she is, guys. Hassan goes, yes, look how well trained she is. Literally. Literally dead. So then she talks about the problem of people like romanticizing communism, right? Which is something Hassan does all the time.
Our value, our culture, and it is, as you said, romanticize communism.
Yeah, like they can keep chirping about the big red menace and all of this stuff. Meanwhile, all of our elites are pedophiles. All of our elites are pedophiles. The cost of living has not been solved at all. It's getting worse and worse for people. There's so much poverty, there's so much debt, there's so much destruction all around us. All we know how to deal is lead around the globe. And then people have this expectation that you're supposed to sit there and love what you're experiencing because like the alternative is far scarier. But people have the capacity to see the alternative with their own two eyes.
Dude, it is
partially
faster.
as a
What the
consequence
fuck?
of the social libertarianism that like Western countries have as far as like free speech, free flow of information. Regardless of the propaganda efforts, people can still see what's going on over there and go, well, that seems pretty good to me. I don't know. Maybe we should try
Okay,
that.
179.
Right, I mean,
That's
this is just brilliant logic. So the elites are PDF files. Therefore, communism good. I mean, wow, that is some rock solid. That is some Sudoku logic right there. Another brilliant lesson from Diddy Piker himself. Because things are bad here, surely it means that communism is the solution. It's always the fucking champagne socialist multimillionaires pushing for shit they just do not believe in. Like, if this was implemented, Hassan would be the first one to complain. And we know this. Let's start with you, Hassan. Redistribute your wealth right now. Get out of your flippin' Hollywood mansion. Donate your millions. Put your money where your mouth is. And I know you will never do that because we know what happened in the Hassan Orbiter's lawsuit. Hassan is so fucking greedy, he refused to part with even a portion of his money. And we'll see later, Frogget also crying about her expenses and Hassan refusing to help her at all. Also, for a brilliant political commentator, he has some pretty elementary analysis here. He goes, yeah, we look over in other countries and things look pretty good. Yeah, that's because you don't see any of the fucking problems living there, dude. I mean, this guy's a North Korea glazer. He's a USSR glazer. I mean, you just cannot take him seriously at all. You cannot argue the logic with him at all. Hassan literally goes on a paid luxury vacation, gets a complete tourist experience, right? Sees like the best parts that are curated for him to show him, and he goes, yep, this is the entire place. This is just how it is. Wow, they just have all this cool shit. Like, you obviously don't see the common man's experience. Literally brain dead dumb tourists going to tourist spots and going, yeah, this.
okay. 1 second. definitely kind of gimmicky, but
logic with him at all. Hassan literally goes on a paid luxury vacation, gets a complete tourist experience, right? Sees like the best parts that are curated for him to show him, and he goes, yep, this is the entire place. This is just how it is. Wow, they just have all this cool shit. Like, you obviously don't see the common man's experience. Literally brain dead dumb tourists going to tourist spots and going, yeah, this is totally how it is, guys. I mean, he lives in Hollywood, bro. He is completely disconnected from people at all, even in his own fucking like state, you know? So then Hassan makes the craziest admission ever. So he basically says that communism is fine because sometimes the government will give you treats, right? So all you have to do is hand over all your power, right? Give them all the authority and pray that you get some doggy bites, that you get a little scraps that they throw you.
The reason why my parents hated communism is because they didn't have treats. They were told that the reason they don't have treats, no blue jeans, no rock, is because of communism. It never went deeper than that. When you have a communist state with treats, that kind of propaganda don't work well. Exactly. That's like a major issue. I think a lot of people don't factor in different ways of governance, because all matter of governance is authoritarian inherently. That's what the government does. It's authority, right? And what a lot of people don't realize is that like treats are a major fucking part of this process. They're a major part of the struggle. If a government actually offers commodities and treats, it gives a sense of comfort and security. A government must offer the diversity of choice, even if it's like fallacious, even if it's not real, even if the choice is actually coming from like 3 fucking producers overall. The very fact that you feel like you have a choice to begin with is what makes people comfortable.
Right. So this guy is literally telling people that it's completely okay that the government controls your entire life and has all the power. In fact, we should actually just give all our power to the government, remain completely powerless. And it's okay because the overlords will be kind enough to occasionally give you some treats, you know? They might send a drone to your house one day. It might deliver you groceries. It might bomb your house. Who knows? But hey, you better flip that coin because Hassan says so. So you literally can't make this shit up. He is fully aware of the consequences of like a dictatorship government or whatever, right? He's completely aware that some of these regimes treat their citizens very poorly, pretty much like dogs here. Right now he's talking about treats and shit. And he is still supporting that shit because he's obviously never lived under it. And the fact that this guy's just a full-on commie, bro, and the fact that he still has a fan base is absolutely insane to me. He should literally just be marked an enemy. I mean, if the terrorist glazing wasn't enough, right? Literally playing propaganda videos, if that wasn't enough, this guy just continues to expose himself day after day, you know, slowly leaking out his true beliefs, forgetting that his stream isn't actually private, that he's not hiding his power levels anymore. Also, the logic is impeccable. He goes, all governments are authoritarian. Yeah, we're talking about the extent of it, dumbass. Like, North Korea authoritarian is very different from US authoritarian, right? A dictatorship versus democratic elections, or you could say somewhat democratic, right? There's a lot of bullshit going on, that's for sure, but it's not comparable to actual like dictatorships like in Iran. And this colossal moron actually thinks that it's the same thing, right? Oh, governments just have power. That's just how it is, right? You should just pray to the gods and hopefully you'll get some doggy bites, right? You, the little cattle in the pen, right? We will be the ruling class. We will rule over you. Hassan will get elected in the government and, you know, maybe he'll throw you some scraps. All you have to do is subscribe to his stream, you know? Prove that you're a loyal supporter right from the start. Right, here is Hassan's comment section. She said, bro came back Chinese. Hassan said he came back Chinese. She's literally just quoting him.
My mind, in my conscience, I have already become Chinese. We were already white Chinese in this chat. I've already become full Chinese.
Hassan went to China for 2 weeks and came back a Chinese. So this is how long it takes. Apparently, according to him, She said Chinese like it was a slur, and Hassan was fucking mocking her or some shit. I don't know what he was doing. Congrats on your honorary citizenship. Yes, he's totally accepted. Everybody totally loves him. That's why he got stopped by the police, right? They've been saying we're so close to becoming a communist country for decades. Like, damn, I wish we'd hurried up. Literal just commies. That is like his fan base is just commies. I'm from the UK, and most of the people I know hate China because of censorship, but have no problem with the UK government arresting people for holding placards. Well, to be honest, I don't know anybody who's like a fan of the UK government either. Don't they arrest people for like social media posts? Like, they're getting pretty ridiculous too. Like, nobody's defending them, bruh. Now click this video for a delicious...
But what sucks is the people using it like that.
Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you like to dive into outside of aliens, because everybody knows that. What are your other ones that you like?
Well, aliens is the most fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I hate the most.
Yeah.
Because this one scares the shit out of me. It's crazy. So this is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy because I don't like it.
Do you spend a lot of time reading them?
No, I try not to. I try to have experts come on. I try to read. You can't change it.
Yeah.
And it'll fuck with your head.
All right, so it looks like the recent Epstein file release is really starting to break Joe Rogan. This man has been going through it. Same thing with Alex Jones. He had a meltdown the other day and had to hold himself back from crying. But his fans, on the other hand, are like, Alex is vindicated. We knew it. He's right again. You know, because him and Rogan have been talking about the Epstein theories and pushing for the release for years. So now that we're starting to see it come out and how bad it is and all the high profile people who are involved, you would think somebody like Alex Jones would be taking a victory lap like his fans are doing. But instead, him and Rogan are freaking out over it because I think it's starting to set in for the both of them that a lot of the people they associate with are complicit or were at least involved with Epstein or the cover-up. Also, it's almost impossible to defend the way Trump's administration has handled this after they were caught lying about and trying to protect co-conspirators. Even Rogan finally snapped and is like, yeah, this looks fucking terrible for Trump. Because Jamie pulled up one of the emails where Epstein said to someone, I love the torture video, and that name was redacted. But then Thomas Massey got to see the unredacted version the other day and named the person. It was this businessman in the UAE, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Day and named the person. It was this businessman in the UAE, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. He sent Epstein a torture video, and Trump's administration, I guess, felt like he needed to be protected, like he's a victim here.
So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video.
Jeez.
I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people? Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know, if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people aren't victims, you're not protecting the
Then you
victim.
know.
So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released? Like
You would
this,
think that all of it would just,
like,
get rid of all of it. Just expel it all.
It's crazy. So this is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy because I don't like it. The fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team and you're we know that that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history. You go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting, and everybody wants to think, thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening now.
And another co-conspirator that was named recently is Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret, who's a billionaire that gave Epstein. His New York City mansion and power of attorney over his finances. So people knew he was involved. It's not a big surprise, but now we have more proof. Also, Trump's administration was trying to protect him too. His name was redacted. So Joe was talking about that and brought up Whitney Webb, who's probably the most well-versed reporter of all the Epstein stuff. She's done a ton of research and written books about it. And she pointed out Wexner's role in Epstein's operation in 2020. And that's why Joe brings her up. He also says he would have her on his podcast, which is kind of surprising because she's also very critical of Joe's tech friends and their involvement with Epstein. So I'm surprised Rogan's handlers would allow her to come on. But also at this point, I don't know if she'd even want to go on there because Rogan's so close with the Epstein class. She might think it would hurt her credibility.
By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. That crazy chick is right about everything. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28 of 2020. How crazy is that?
Holy shit.
She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy theorists, the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all
They
this
don't want
stuff.
to get it on, Joe.
Yeah, I mean 2020.
That's crazy.
That's fucking way ahead of everybody.
Crazy.
They'll compromise them like the other ones.
But these files, just
Make
what's
everybody
come
realize
out
that
so
he's fucking
far,
retarded.
and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire
fucking
guys,
brainwashed.
their names were redacted.
And another thing Whitney was way ahead of is Elon Musk's connection to Epstein. But obviously Rogan does not want to hear about that. That's his buddy.
Mhm.
But Whitney called this out almost 3 years ago, maybe even longer. She talked about it on
Yeah.
PBD's podcast about 3 years ago. And she said Elon has a fake persona that he portrays to the public. And he isn't truthful about his ties to Epstein, which she was 100% right about. You know, Elon lied about this so much, it's crazy. Like, he originally claimed he was photobombed by Ghislaine Maxwell in that picture with her. He said he didn't think Epstein toured SpaceX. He said he denied every invitation to the island and barely knew him, but that was all bullshit. He communicated with him quite a bit. He tried to get to the island, but Epstein canceled on him. Also, he gave Epstein a tour of SpaceX, and his brother was set up with girls by Epstein. And Whitney was talking about this stuff 3 years ago, so she nailed it here. And Whitney was talking about this stuff 3 years ago, so she nailed it here. But of course, I doubt Rogan would let her talk about all this on his podcast.
I see Elon Musk as a person who has like a very specific persona he wants to project to the public, and then there's business Musk, right? And I don't think they're necessarily always the same person. For example, Elon Musk, a lot of people maybe forget, you know, he's a big military contractor. And also, you know, the Space Force, that's also an intelligence agency, so he's technically a military and intelligence contractor. A lot of his companies would not have been successful without significant subsidies from the government. So I feel like in order to get those deals, there's certain rules you have to abide by to an extent. So maybe he wants to project, you know, this persona of like, I'm one of the bros, I'm one of the guys, you know, I believe in free speech and all of this. And certainly when he bought Twitter, that's what he said, but then it became, you know, oh yeah, free speech, but not freedom of reach. And, you know, I personally, just from my own experience with Epstein research, I have found Musk not to be very upfront about some of those connections there. So for example, you know, he'll be like, a lot of people like to bring up the picture of him and Ghislaine Maxwell from 2014. He'll say he was photobombed and all of this. Reporters seem to have forgotten that Kimball Musk, his brother, who was who's on the board of Tesla and SpaceX, was introduced to a member of Epstein's entourage who had dated Epstein and lived at the apartment where all these traffic girls lived. A girl from there starts dating Kimball Musk, and somehow Epstein is allegedly granted access to SpaceX facilities and tours, and then is allegedly advising Tesla, according to the New York Times reporter James Stewart. This is during a time when Musk is saying he's trying to secure capital to take Tesla private, I believe. And this was allegedly involving one of the Saudi wealth funds of the Saudi government. And at that time, Epstein was a very, very close advisor to Mohammed bin Salman, who had recently come to power.
Yeah, and also the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia was really close with Epstein. So I'm
Oh yeah, nothing wrong with her country. Nothing wrong with her country. Not like they fucking can't believe that. Not like they control the media, execute people in the streets. They're fucking president or whatever the fuck hangs out with Jeffrey Epstein.
sure Bill Burr, Andrew Schultz, and all the comedians.
Oh yeah.
That took money from him will have a lot to say about that. No, I mean, they'll all talk about how evil all the billionaires are in the files and then take money from a trillionaire that was really good friends with Epstein. So.
Yep. Yep. I do remember this guy having a good take on that too. Yeah. And then that's a whole nother layer. Andrew Schultz and the Comedy Boys. They're fucking. Yeah. So of course he's freaking out.
So speaking of that, Schultz has been railing against Elon for being in the files. Same thing with Brendan Schaub. He's surprised a lot of people, and he's actually had a good take on the files. But his co-host Brian Callen has had maybe the worst, and he's been getting a lot of backlash for it. Like even Schaub has been giving him a ton of shit for it. So it's good to see some of Rogan's friends aren't afraid to talk about how bad this is, and the fact that Elon Musk was trying to get to Epstein's island. Because obviously so far Rogan has been too scared to talk about it. I don't think he even wants to look at those messages. He's probably trying to convince himself it's not real and they're AI or something. I'm sure that's what Elon will try to tell him.
You know what Elon Musk said? Have you seen those emails?
Yeah, he basically said if you
No.
He wanted to go to the party, the wild
exact words were, "Let me know the wildest party." And then his brother was actually in the parties, and the code name was supposed to be Pussy Chaos or something like that.
Yeah, I think he was like, "Hey, let's go to an orgy."
Party.
Yeah. There are a lot of people in these emails that were clearly like, you got a bunch of Russian girls and I can go out on an island. That's a separate thing. Okay. That's a separate thing. You want to be a freak and get your freak on or whatever.
The fact that Elon's trying to go to the parties and the
wildest
and Epstein's just like, hey man, we actually canceled the parties.
He sent that email on Christmas Day. This guy got like 11,000 kids, and on Christmas Day he's wondering where's the crazy party at.
He is in like a unique situation because he didn't go to the island, but he desperately tried to go
on Christmas
to
Day.
The wildest party. Like if Epstein was like, we just kind of have like
Also,
a normal party
these
today.
people don't realize that the fucking guy that they're making fun of could like. Because, like, if this comes back on Joe, then it might affect them, you know? I don't know. Who knows? See what happens. I guess they deserve to be called out for it, though. It's kind of funny, though. Elon's wild, man.
When's the wildest one? Right? And that means he must have heard that wild shit happens at the island.
Absolutely.
Because why even suggest that?
Yeah.
This is the conspiracy that drives me the most crazy because I don't like it.
Like if you're going over to your nerd friend's house, you're not going, when's the wildest dinner?
Yeah.
You know your nerd friend has boring dinners, and you're like, okay, I'll just come to any dinner.
Yeah.
He's specifically asking for the wildest shit.
This is the one that I hate the most.
Yeah.
Because this one scares the shit out of me.
I want the craziest party of all time.
That
I
was
want the wildest one.
saddest shit I've ever seen.
And Epstein's like, oh, yeah, man. Like, he's trying to talk in code.
He curbed Elon.
Done.
He was too hungry.
Is Elon the corniest billionaire?
Dude.
So all the positive PR Rogan's been doing for Elon over the years is now being all undone. Like Rogan's always said Elon's the coolest and his favorite billionaire, which is just cringy as hell. But now there's always going to be an elephant in the room whenever Joe talks about him or when he has him on. You know, that's going to be really interesting. I wonder if Rogan has the balls to bring this up to him. I doubt it.
Probably not.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sim Racing Stewards, the series where I pretend I haven't done all of these things and cast judgment on your sim racing crashes.
Well, this
And let
one's
me
3
tell you,
hours
we've got
ago.
a whole host of interesting shenanigans coming up. As always for this series, we are on the Sim Racing Stewards subreddit, where anyone can join and give their opinion on these incidents. Bro is gone. He's gone. I am in the BMW in the Sao Paulo livery. What penalty does this individual deserve for their gruesome act? Are we on board here? Oh, little nibble there. Just giving the car some patina, you know, down the pit lane. It's a great effort. It's a great effort. It's even better from that angle, man. So what happened here is these guys are starting from the pit lane, which means that you cannot exit the pit lane until this main pack of cars, you can sort of see it over here, until they have crossed the start-finish line and all past the pit lane. Then these cars are allowed to go. So when you get to the pit lane exit, you can just about see here the light is red. You're not allowed to exit the pit lane, or you just get a DQ straight away. This guy doesn't notice this or doesn't realize it, goes into the back of the car in front, knocks this guy, I think, over the pit line, who then gets immediately teleported to his garage and DQ'd. And then goes, all right, well, I'll just take up my spot here, I guess. And then waits to go out himself. I don't think that was like a malicious thing. It was just ignorance. But if you start from the pit lane, you do have to wait for the red light to go out. If the pit lane crash like this, you'd probably get a pretty chunky penalty in real life, because it's just like, it's just silly. Maybe they'd knock a little bit of it off for it just being hilarious, but it's not something that sim racers really have to deal with outside of LMU. It's like the end of the pit lane being
Yeah, it is kind of a icing on the cake that he
real life as well. You can get a big
tries
slap
to
on the
take
wrist
the
for going out
spot.
circuit when you're not meant to. I got called
Or
a
at least he
star
drives
for this. Okay. What small thing you've done to deserve this? Right, we're going through
forward.
Imola. The first couple of corners, car rejoining.
Somebody say Buck?
I mean, that was pretty silly. I wouldn't go as far as call you what the guy called you, but let me tell you why it's silly. This Merc has gone off up ahead, right? And it is up him to say the line, Jimmy, to re-safe jointly.
Here's the problem. This is why if you're featured in the Epstein files for so long, it's not that you're trying to get laid. It's because, hold on, let me see this for a sec. It's because this guy was fucking with 14-year-olds. Okay, so sorry, and you got
There's some 9-year-olds in there.
Yeah, there's even younger.
who moved to US? Hold on. Hey, she was 14, guys. Can you get the right?
Oh no, this is just one
that's
example.
Dude,
This
there's
is just one.
so many.
Yeah.
Frank,
And
dude,
I mean-
come on, she was 14.
To-
What
to
is
you-
your take today? What the What is going on?
All right, so it looks like one of Joe Rogan's BFFs, Brian Callen, who's allegedly a predator himself, is unsurprisingly defending Jeffrey Epstein and excusing the people who hung out with him after his initial arrest in 2008, stating that, you know, in the 90s and the early 2000s, it was completely normal to
kinda
date
like
a
following up that
16-year-old girl as a 40-year-old man, and that you'd commonly see teenage girls as young as 16 years old in bars and clubs in New York, which not only is later proven to be completely untrue, but at the very same time, it exposes him as the slimy predator that he always has been. Like, let's not forget that this is the same guy who allegedly told his 23-year-old girlfriend at the time that girls had the biological primal desire to be raped. And when he allegedly said this, he was 40-something years old with another wife and family.
Please understand.
That's why they're there.
Yeah, if you think that 15 and 16-year-old models that who are also on the cover of this, that, and the other thing, people like Kate Moss, do you think back in the 90s anybody was checking ID? Do you think back in the 90s anybody was saying, hey, that girl, like, she's 15? I hate to tell everybody. I hate to tell, but the order of the day, it was a creepy fucking era.
There's a song, she's only 17.
Calvin Klein's models were 15 and 16, dude. It's like, so.
Yeah, but this
so
is
now
also 2000. This is 2000s though, too.
Even then, before everything.
Here's what I will say.
I'm not saying.
I don't like this take either, dude.
I'm just telling you how it was. Here's what I'm trying to say.
I think they knew.
Here's what I'm trying. The majority of those girls who were models who came to New York as young as 13, who were supposed to be looked over, okay? I promise you, probably 50 to 60% of them have a story about how they were 16 dating a 32-year-old, how they were 16 dating a 45-year-old. You know why? Because it was fucking accepted.
So right off the bat here, I think it's safe to say that Brian would have happily swam to Epstein's Island if he had the chance, as he's reaching as far as humanly possible to defend his mega-rich, ultra-elite friends that he surrounds himself with in Austin, Texas here. Like the fact that he's making Brendan Schaub look like the most logical one in the room just shows you how insane Brian sounds here. And you can tell that he genuinely thinks he's being devil's advocate in this conversation, but the more Brian insists that it was completely normal to be dating literal 16-year-old sophomores in high school back in the 90s, the more you start to wonder what this guy has actually seen. Like, Callen literally says that it was a social norm to see underage girls get trafficked back in the day, stating that he's even seen it himself.
But here, hey,
Dude,
can I give you just a little take as a guy in New York? I wasn't in the scene, I wasn't famous, but I saw. Like, you would see, this is how things worked in New York City. Young women were trafficked as an order of the day back in the day. So, like, it's again, don't be surprised that this shit was happening. Don't be surprised. It was socially accepted. That's what nobody's talking about.
What was socially accepted?
What was socially
Girls
accepted?
being in a club?
So if you were 40 back then and you showed up with an 18-year-old and you walked into a room, that was socially acceptable. If I'm going to say this, I think this is the case. If you were like some famous actor and you show up with a top model who happened to have been 16, 17, back in the day, in the 90s, I guarantee nobody said shit. You know what they said? They do it in Europe. I'm just telling you, that's how that shit went down, man. That's how that shit went down.
Right after that, he also says that Jerry Seinfeld's 17-year-old girlfriend back then was, quote, blown out, which makes Brendan Schaub and the guest on the podcast super weirded out, as if they're just now starting to realize that Brian Callen is exactly what his accusers say he is.
17-year-old Shoshana Lonstein.
There you go. Now, hold on.
When he was 38. So that's older than me with a high school girl.
Now, to my point, thank you very much. Now, Shoshana Lonstein, have you ever seen what she looked like? She was so blown out, it was crazy. Now,
what do you mean blown out?
She was like, bring her up when she was 17. It was like my friend was there, and he was like, man alive. Now, she was 17.
Brian, I love you. Stop it.
No, I'm saying she was 17. She was 17 and he was 39. And what would happen right now? We'd all be like, are you out of your mind? Guess what? Nobody
Go to regular pictures of her chin.
Nobody batted an eye.
Bro's digging
This might just
holes
be the absolute worst
with
hill
this
to
shit.
die on for a guy who's accused
Holy.
by 4 separate women of sexual misconduct, which, when you revisit that, is still completely horrifying. Like, it's almost like people forget that Brian allegedly lured a woman to his home after a friendly dinner, pinned her onto his bed, and penetrated her while she repeatedly told him no, allegedly telling her that she's gonna, quote, love this, and that she's his girlfriend now. Then after the whole thing, he allegedly said to her, "What am I, a big bad rapist?" There's also another allegation of Brian pushing a store employee against the wall in a fitting room, closing the curtain, and kissing her on her neck without her consent. And of course, Brian's denied all these allegations, but regardless, you can tell this guy's just an absolute creepy sex pest. And even Whitney Cummings has a story about Brian Callen exposing his parts to her in his car without her consent, which seems to be true since Callen didn't even deny it when she was telling the story right in front of him.
It was only like 7:30, and you were like, "Can I get a ride in my car?" And I was like, "Sure." And you got in the car, and I literally like turned the wheel to look where I was going, and I turned around, and your dick was out.
The old peekaboo. Call the old peekaboo.
So now that you're up to speed with the guy's past and all of the horrifying accusations against him, when you listen to him trying to defend Epstein and all the elites that hung out with him, really makes you realize where he's coming from.
He was probably looked at by most people back then as the guy who had the in with all the hottest girls in New York. That's how he marketed himself, right?
Pre-2008,
And now,
you could
now
say
you've
that.
got an island. If you get on the plane of the island, in the real world, girls were getting, back in the day, would get married at 16 to a 40-year-old. And that was all over the place. Now, am I advocating for that? No. Fucking no, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is that shit was done all the time. There are more women than not who were models, who were in New York, who have a story about being 16 and dating a 40-year-old. And that's a fact. And you know why I know that? Saw it. All of us did. Nobody talked about it, but it was like, well, I don't know what's going on there.
Another thing that makes this defense of Brian strange is that he's one of, if not the closest friend to Joe Rogan, who is also backtracking and defending Epstein and all his buddies that appear to have been close to the monster himself, even after his first conviction in 2008.
That's a very specific illicit desire to want underage people.
I don't know, it's weird. Bro, that's actually insane. No, there is point to use this on every game, dude. Well, at least games where you need to like react first and look. See, but when I click fast, the faster I click, the harder it is to It's so hard to abuse the rapid trigger. Like perfectly. It's so nice though. Like you could tell when you let off, it vibrates again. To like insinuate. So there's like a bunch of actuation. See? It's all actuation. It's nice.
Well, I
It's a
don't.
very. How do you even find out that someone's into that?
So this could very well be Brian just parroting the same talking points that he and Rogan agreed to sound off about publicly before talking about it on their podcasts. Like Joe Rogan apparently spoke with Donald Trump on February 1st over the phone, with Trump saying that he spoke to Rogan about the ongoing ICE crackdowns and all, but I feel like you could also assume that Trump briefly spoke to Rogan about how he should address the Epstein stuff and all that too.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said he understood the president's sort of plan to deport people here who are here illegally, but he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it, you know. She decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this, the ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
So the fact that Trump spoke to Rogan on the phone just confirms that Rogan's an official mouthpiece of the administration now. And Rogan most likely spoke to Callen about it all too, as they're best friends forever at the end of the day. But tracing back to Callen's defense of Epstein here, by far the funniest part about Brian saying that it was normal in New York to date 16-year-olds is that it all gets thrown out the window by his ex-wife, who he claims was the person who knew about all the underage disgustery that went down in New York prior to even meeting Brian.
Like, I want to call my first wife right now and ask her. I want to ask her one question. I want to say, when you were 16, was it hard to get into a club? She was a big model.
But of course not.
Yeah, but she's got such an inside look on this stuff. Watch this.
And so when he calls her on the phone, she literally says that none of that went down in New York ever. And the only times she saw that happening was in Europe, which completely shoots down everything Brian was saying before this.
Let's just have a conversation with her about how fucked up that world was.
No, we all know.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement, B.
Hello. Now you were a big model in New York.
Oh my God, shut up.
I know, but you were a big model in New York.
Shut up.
And how old were you when you first went to New York?
24.
Okay, so did you know girls who were as young as 16 who were modeling in New York?
Not New York, but overseas, yes.
Overseas. And those, okay, and so when in New York, we were talking about this Epstein thing, right? This Epstein thing. And so,
Am I getting anyone in trouble? What's happening?
no, we're on a podcast, but I was just trying to say that New York back in the day it was all sex for sale. It was all insanity.
Mostly Europe. Because like when I lived in Milan.
So yeah, just a super weird hill to die on here for Brian. Not really surprising though, especially since he's in this circle of the ultra-elite billionaire reptiles down there in Austin. I mean, the guy literally flies around in a helicopter around Austin with his mega-rich pal all the time there. He also has a bit in his most recent dumpster fire of a comedy special where he talks about his billionaire friends in Austin.
You really want to be safe? You got to make money. Yeah, I'm talking real money. You know what I mean? I'm not talking Austin money. I'm talking Dallas money. Yeah, there's a difference, bro. Oh man, I'm talking billions. My buddy's a billionaire, That's, ready for this? That's 1,000 million.
I mean, Brian didn't get cornered into defending Epstein at all. He in fact shamelessly defends that creepy circle with his chest out. And the craziest part is that he actually believed people would buy what he was selling here. And the more he talked, the worse it got. And that's what makes it so unbelievably creepy to hear. Like, it's not just that Brian defended Epstein, but it's that he did it in a way that exposes how he really thinks. Then you layer in the Rogan connection, the phone call he had with Donald Trump, and the Austin billionaire bubble, and it all really starts to look like there's a pattern here. Like, these guys all protect each other, and when something ugly surfaces, they double down just like this, even if it makes them sound insane. So at the end of the day, Brian Callen's a deeply slimy and perverted individual. And honestly, it makes sense why his career's in the gutter now. Like, he's always complaining that he can't sell tickets and that he never made it in Hollywood, saying that he's confused because he's tried super hard for over 30 years now. But then when he says stuff like this, you know exactly why he didn't become a household name on the big screen. I mean, the guy's an alleged rapist and confirmed PDF protector. So now, whenever he complains about failing in life, just remember that this is who he actually is.
I did have a very famous,
That's okay.
I did have a very famous
We love
powerful
you,
Hollywood
Brian.
person tell me why he thought I didn't make it, which I won't say. But anyway.
That's mean. Brian, you made it.
It was interesting.
Brian, shut up. You made it.
By all senses,
You had a sitcom.
I guess it depends what you mean made.
On sitcoms, three
yeah,
sitcoms.
Yeah, you were in
and
movies.
TV and movies.
Brian, you
That'd be making
crushed it.
Yeah.
Brian, here's your problem.
But you're not Kevin Hart.
Behaves in interactions.
I always look at it this way. Like, we were doing this thing, and Ryan Reynolds, people were talking about how he gets paid or he gets criticized. And I was like, look, man, I don't know about that. I just know that I tried really, really hard to be Ryan Reynolds. I did. I tried my hardest. I was in acting class. I went on every fucking audition. I did okay. I was on a couple sitcoms and some movies and stuff. But for whatever reason, I'm not Ryan Reynolds. You know why? I'm just probably in some ways, hate to say it, I think I'm really good at comedy, but maybe I'm just not as good, or maybe just for whatever reason I didn't do it. Maybe he was smarter in this other area, but either way, he's
the
there.
reality is, man, there can only be like a couple of Ryan
That's fine,
Reynolds,
but I'm not
and
going to hate
there's
on the guy because of
probably
it. You know?
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are trying to.
I did. I tried hard, man.
But yeah, just thought that was interesting as Brian's Joe Rogan's right-hand man and all. But anyways, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. And of course, thanks so much for watching.
Shoshana Lowenstein, have you ever seen what she looked like? She was so blown out, it was crazy. Now,
What do you mean blown out?
she was like,
What do you mean blown out?
Jeffrey Epstein was a huge fan of jokes.
The Jeffrey Epstein or a Jeffrey Epstein?
He was, I got to be friends with him. I went to dinner at his house.
What? That's so cool.
And then went back to dinner, just me and him.
Uh-huh.
It's a whole long story.
What was he like?
The normal, smart, decent. When I was there, I had heard from the guy that brought me there.
You mean his
that
apartment?
he had trouble in Florida with underage girls. But I'd been to Florida a million times, and the underage girls that are 15, they look 25. So I wasn't.
You're like, it's Florida.
And it was a free meal at his house with other comics, so I wasn't asking a lot of questions.
All right, so in this video, we have comedians that were mentioned in the Epstein files, starting with Jackie the Joke Man Martling, who is one of the few people that actually seems to be proud of being in the files and having been friends with Epstein. You know, everyone else in there lies about it and downplays their connection to him and what they knew about him. But Jackie's just like, yeah, I was friends with him. He was a normal, smart, decent guy, I think he said. Also, he admits he knew about his first conviction, but cut him some slack because in Florida, you can't tell the difference between a 15 and 25-year-old, which this shows that the people who were hanging out with Epstein after he was a registered sex offender were well aware of his past, but made excuses for him, like Jackie here. But he's the only one that's actually honest about it, probably because he doesn't have much to lose. If you're not familiar with him, at one point years ago, over 2 decades ago, he had a promising comedy career because he was an in-studio writer for the Howard Stern Show until 2001. Then he got too arrogant. He thought he deserved more money and believed he could be successful on his own. So he decided to leave. And then, of course, it was all downhill from there. And now Jackie's claim to fame is he's in the Epstein files. Epstein was subscribed to Jackie's joke email newsletter thing. And Jackie was always sending him promotions for his CDs and comedy shows. Like he's always trying to sell him shit. Also, they talked about going to dinners, one of which Gilbert Gottfried was invited to, but I don't think he went. Same thing with Mark Maron. He was supposed to go to one of them, but bailed. It was one with Jackie, Woody Allen, and this other comedian, Bobby Slayton, who are both all over the Epstein files. And then also Nick DiPaolo was there. So it seems like a pretty random group of comedians.
But somebody, a couple guys emailed me, said, Jackie, you're in the
Gilbert
Epstein
Gottfried.
files. Because I don't know how long he had been on the Jokeland email list, but he loved dirty jokes.
Wow.
Because smart people love dirty jokes. Right. Like little problems.
What other comics did you meet there? Or
I have a great picture of me with Nick DiPaolo, Bobby Slayton, Jay Thomas, Woody Allen, and me.
Cool. At his house in Palm Springs or in Manhattan?
2 East 71st Street.
Wow.
And it was great. And you have a great story from there that I will not tell you.
Oh, is it in the book?
No, I'm not sure who to share it with yet, but it's a story everybody knows. But it's funny because it was a story that I didn't think I should tell because it's not believable. And then it was written up in a book. And I'm like, wow, that rubber stamps my story. But now it's like people are going to just say to me, oh, you read that in a book, so it goes full circle,
And I think the story he's referring to, he's already told multiple times. It's about how Epstein explained to him the reason him and Trump had a falling out is because Trump told him he likes to sleep with his friends' wives. And I guess that was too far for Jeffrey Epstein. And Jackie's like, I get it. I mean, underage girls is one thing, but sleeping with your friend's wife is another level of sickness. But I guess now Jackie doesn't like to tell this story anymore because it was also in Michael Wolff's book. So people think Jackie got it from there. And Michael Wolff is kind of controversial. People think he was working with Epstein to try to take down Trump. But I'm pretty sure this is the story that Jackie was talking about that he now acts like he never told before.
It was a morals thing. And at the time, I didn't know how heinous Jeffrey was. I said, oh, really? What happened? He said, one day out of a clear blue sky, Trump said to me, do you fuck your best friend's wives? And I was a little shocked. And I said, well, I've never been married. But no, of course I don't. He said, well, Trump said to me, that's the only way I can get off is to fuck my best friend's wives. And he said, I just said, you know what? That's out of my wheelhouse. Honor amongst thieves. He said, that was it. I never want anything to do with him after that. He blew off Trump on a morals, and I totally get that. I mean, the guy's heinous and he's sleeping with underage girls, but fucking your friends' wives is a whole nother level of sickness.
All right, listen, I'm speechless.
So Jackie being in the Epstein files is probably the most publicity he's had in years. It's funny, Epstein, he had a lot of high-profile friends in different industries, but it seems like he's lacking friends in the comedy business. I think it's more embarrassing for him to have been hanging out with Jackie than the other way around. And same thing with this other comedian, Bobby Slayton, who I'm sure most people have never heard of. But he seemed to have been really close with Epstein. He has a ton of emails and messages going back and forth with him. He's almost in as many files as Bill Gates. He was also always asking Epstein if he could stay at his apartment. It seemed like these comedians were kind of mooching off of him. I mean, every other email is like, Bobby Slayton hates to pester you again, but wondering if he could stay at your apartment. Bobby's asking if he could use the apartment. He misses hanging out with you. He stayed there so much and communicated with Epstein a lot. Also, some of these emails between them caught people's attention because there's references to pizza, which can be code for children. I don't know if that's what they're actually referring to, but there's a lot of talk about pizza in their emails, and it is kind of weird. And like Jackie, this guy's pretty open about his friendship with Epstein and the fact that he always used to stay at his apartment. He doesn't hide it, but he acts like, I don't know anything about the girls, though.
Jeffrey would, he gave me this apartment every time I went to New York, and I had to, it's almost like Frank Sinatra going to see Sam Giancana. I had to go to see Jeffrey, and his secretary assistant would call me up because, sometimes Jeffrey wouldn't be in town. She'd call me up and go, Jeffrey wants to stop by this morning for a little while. So I'd go by for like 20, 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes, and sometimes 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He was always very busy. He had a line of people. I don't know if he had girls, whatever. I don't know anything about any of that. But I'd go because he's giving me this apartment. And all Jeffrey would do was ask me the same questions over and over and over about stand-up comedy. So when you're on stage, he was a brilliant man. He went to Harvard.
And Nick DiPaolo was another comedian that was at that party with Jackie, Bobby, and Woody Allen. But I think he only hung out with Epstein that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Of course, one last thing. Now, up until very recently,
Oh my goodness. 30 minutes? I'm gonna go fucking lay down and watch this, I think. I'm kind of tired, to be honest. I'll be back. I shall be back. Also, this thing dies really slow. Only down. Okay, now it's dying a little bit, actually, faster. But yeah. I will be back. I'll be back in a little bit. Anyways, GG's, guys.